Chapter 1. Transmigration and Prejudice. Spirit City, Supreme Pontiff Palace. My head hurts. Transmigrated into the famous chamber douluo, Xunji. A transmigrator from Aquarius, Blue Star, year 2026, was momentarily speechless after receiving the memories of the original body. A cliché stroke of luck led to transmigration into an alternate world. Unlike most transmigrators, he transmigrated into a villain character. A villain who caused the protagonist Tang San to grow up motherless and having to support his father. An important figure who caused the final big villain, Bibi Dong, to turn dark. Furthermore, a character who only appears in memories. Appearing in memories would be one thing. The content of those memories was either being hammered or forced love in a secret chamber, eventually leading to death by love. Fortunately, at the current point in time, none of these things have happened yet. The unfortunate future and a life of early death still have a chance to be changed. Thinking that the love-struck, ungrateful Bibi Dong has not yet become his disciple. Qian Zunji's originally depressed mood eased somewhat. What is the first thing to do after transmigrating to douluo continent? Naturally, it is to head to the sunset forest, intercept, and seize the immortal herb from the ice and fire yin-yang well. What is an immortal herb? It is the foundation for becoming a god. Without becoming a god, one is ultimately an ant. If one's cultivation does not reach the god-king realm, one is merely a chess piece on the board with their name engraved. First, set a small goal. Become a god-king realm powerhouse and master one's own destiny. To become a god-king, one must first go to Slaughter City, pass through the Hell Slaughter Arena, clear the Hell Road, obtain the Slaughter God domain, receive the Asura God trial, and through the trial, inherit the god position. This is a clearly visible path, the most likely way to achieve the god-king realm. Of course, one must be careful of the Rakshasa god bullying the weak and interfering with sneak attacks. One careless mistake and one could lose self-awareness and become the Slaughter King. Open black lens bracket Kalo tilde hello human from Blue Star, I am the cute, must-have system for transmigrators, close black lens bracket. The system, the essential cheat for transmigrators. What is a system? It is a divine artifact for defying heaven and changing fate. As for his own system, why is its virtual projection image a beautiful girl with silver hair, red eyes, wearing a black and red gothic Lolita outfit, with a childlike face and large breasts. One can only say, it's a pity it's not physical, otherwise, he would really want to play a game of Happy Valentine's Day with the system. The system is on top, I am on the bottom. System mom, hello. Open black lens bracket human, how can you call me mom the moment you see me? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket forget it, do whatever you want. Close black lens bracket. System mom, won't you introduce yourself? Open black lens bracket human, are you referring to the system functions? Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket I am just a cute system, I don't have any invincible abilities. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket I only have a super large system space, system map, system identification, and monthly check-in rewards. Close black lens bracket. System mom, is there a transmigrator starter pack? Open black lens bracket of course there is. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the transmigrator starter pack has been stored in the system space. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the system needs to rest and replenish energy. Good night human. Close black lens bracket. After the system finished speaking, it dove into Qian Zunji's spiritual sea and fell asleep. There is nothing to complain about. Being favored by a system and gifted a transmigrator starter pack is enough to be content. A person cannot be too greedy, those who are content are always happy. Qian Zunji opened the system starter pack. Open black lens bracket 9 non-side effect spirit ring stripping cards, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 10 high-level bloodline stripping cards, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 1 spirit transformation card, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 1 30-minute quasi-god cultivation experience card, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 100,000 tons of gourmet food, close black lens bracket. 100,000 tons of gourmet food with selectable flavors, good stuff. As everyone knows, douluo continent is a Western fantasy novel wearing the skin of an online game. Western fantasy novels are mostly set in the European Middle Ages. White people's food is already unpalatable, and medieval white people's food is even more terrifying. With this 100,000 tons of food, he no longer has to worry about eating dark cuisine every day. He immediately took out a bottle of iced palm coconut milk and started drinking it. This is the taste, delicious. The non-side effect spirit ring stripping card, as the name implies, can strip one's own spirit ring. It is a good thing, but not needed for now. Moreover, except for some time and space types, he is not very interested in spirit ring and spirit bone skills. Only lazy weaklings rely on powerful spirit ring and spirit bone skills. The high-level bloodline stripping card can seize the bloodline origin from others and spirit beasts. For example, if he uses the high-level bloodline stripping card on Tang San to strip away the blue-silver emperor bloodline origin, then Tang San's blue-silver grass spirit would really just be blue-silver grass, not the blue-silver crown prince capable of inheriting the throne. This is a good thing. In the future, once Tang San is born, he will scheme against him. The spirit transformation card, as the name implies, can change the appearance of a spirit after use. After using it, one could even turn a clear sky hammer into a clear sky foxtail grass. But Qian Xunji does not intend to use this only spirit transformation card on Tang San. The original body's six-winged angel martial soul is incomplete, having no wings after degeneration. As for using the spirit transformation card to grow 6 wings, he is not considering it. A tool spirit can evolve into a divine artifact. The witty Qian Xunji directly used the spirit transformation card to modify the six-winged angel martial soul. He used the emperor armor as a reference to modify it, giving the spirit full body armor and exclusive weapons. Whether it's strong or not depends on the individual. But being cool is a lifelong matter. He summoned his spirit to possess his body, with 8 spirit rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 appearing under his feet. The essence of the spirit is still the six-winged angel martial soul, but its appearance after possession is worlds apart. Looking in the mirror, the person in the reflection looked very handsome. Qian Xunji. Isn't this more charming than having the image of a female angel spirit? Full body armor, face hidden, holding a precious sword, high attractiveness. With this quasi-god cultivation experience card, it is truly both handsome and powerful. In a good mood, he packed his luggage and went out. As for being the Spirit Hall Supreme Pontiff, dealing with mountains of files all day. Before transmigrating he was a 996 corporate slave, after transmigrating, he still has to be in 007 Beast of Burden. In a world where the strong are respected, normal people cultivate diligently to improve their cultivation and pursue higher realms. Only someone with water in their brain would stay in the office all day dealing with files. Supreme Pontiff, the High Priest is looking for you. Just as he slipped out of the office, he saw a Spirit Hall Knight rushing over to report. What does Qian Daoliu want with me? Qian Xunji muttered in his heart. As a transmigrator, he did not want to meet the original body's father. With the 30-minute quasi-god experience card in hand, he was not afraid of being suppressed by the other party if exposed. The main reason he didn't want to see Qian Daoliu was, this person has a bunch of idiotic operations that make people want to punch him. As a normal person, he did not want to have too much contact with stupid people. He was truly afraid that if he stayed with stupid people for too long, he would be affected and become stupid himself, which would be the end of it. Therefore, Qian Xunji did not choose to go to the consecration hall to see Qian Daoliu, but instead quickened his pace and headed towards the gate of Spirit City. He did not intend to tell anyone about the immortal herb opportunity at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well in the Sunset Forest. The elders of Spirit Hall are strong, but their thinking is not up to par. If there were extra immortal herbs, Qian Xunji wouldn't mind using them to cultivate the descendants of the elders. But giving the immortal herbs to the elders themselves? Forget it. When he obtains the spirit core condensation method from the system in the future, he will definitely give it to them to cultivate. Chapter 2. Taking Bibi Dong as a disciple. No way. Just as he walked out of the gates of the Supreme Pontiff Palace, he ran into Qian Daoliu coming from the opposite direction. A 6-year-old girl followed timidly by his side. Seeing that Qian Xunji was not in his office handling documents or working properly in the middle of the day, but instead slacking off, Qian Daoliu couldn't help but start lecturing him. Jer, where are you going? Have you finished processing the documents sent by the bishops from various regions? All day long, you only know how to. Hearing this, Qian Xunji frowned. What kind of trashy nickname is that? It sounds awful. Although it might be rebellious, Qian Daoliu should address him as Brother Ji. That is a much better name. So annoying, so long-winded. Facing the incessant Qian Daoliu, Qian Xunji, with an impatient look on his face, complained in his heart. Seeing Qian Xunji's impatient expression, Qian Daoliu said angrily, "Are you even listening to your father? If you have something to say, say it. If not, don't waste my time." Qian Xunji said coldly, his tone very impatient. His time was very precious. He had to race against time, head to the ice and fire yin-yang well to seize opportunities, then enter the slaughter city instance to obtain the slaughter god domain and accept the Asura god trial. He needed to pass the Asura god trial and inherit the Asura god seat before Tang San was born. As long as he successfully inherited the Asura god seat, whether it was the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong or the sea god Tang San, they would be nothing more than people offering their heads for the taking. Qian Daoliu was stunned upon hearing this. Was this really his jir? Since when did he speak so boldly? Was he stimulated by the fact that he was told the truth some time ago, realizing that he had the worst talent in the Qian family? He had only been supreme pontiff for a few days, holding power, and he already dared to speak to him. Like this, had his wings hardened, or did he think he had grown up and that he couldn't take out a whip to lash him like when he was a child? Qian Daoliu pointed at Bibi Dong and looked at Qian Xunji, introducing her. "This is Bibi Dong, a genius with twin spirits and innate full spirit power. I intend for her to take you as her master. I refuse to teach someone who possesses an evil spirit," Qian Xunji said coldly with a look of disgust, his tone carrying an anger that anyone could clearly feel. Besides a horny simp, what normal man would want to be Bibi Dong's master? A love-struck, ungrateful wretch who was emotionally unstable, had extreme thoughts, and spent all day blaming heaven, earth, and everyone in the world except herself. Why should he, a law-abiding citizen, educate her? Teaching Bibi Dong would be worse than teaching Tang San. At least Tang San gave Yu Xiaogang a 9-grade purple Ganoderma, helping Yu Xiaogang break through the shackles of level 29 and advance from a spirit grandmaster to a spirit elder. And what did Bibi Dong do? For the sake of so-called love, she wanted to betray the spirit hall that raised her and elope with that loser Yu Xiaogang. If only Bibi Dong admired the strong like her disciple Huliena, she wouldn't look like a clown. If not for the fact that Qian Daoliu was protecting Bibi Dong at this moment, Qian Xunji could have sent her to reincarnation with a single kick. Even if you are unwilling, you don't have to use such harsh words. Look, you've scared the child to tears. Seeing Bibi Dong shedding silent tears, Qian Daoliu scolded Qian Xunji. HMPH, she's not my daughter, what does her crying have to do with me? Qian Xunji snorted coldly, his tone aggressive and unfriendly. He didn't even spare a glance for this ungrateful wretch, Bibi Dong. Wanting him to give Bibi Dong a pleasant look. Keep dreaming. Faced with Qian Xunji's cold words, Bibi Dong burst into tears. Bad uncle. She didn't know why this uncle in front of her, who radiated an aura that made her feel uncomfortable, would emit such thick malice towards her. She only knew that she had been wrong, so she had to cry. The crying child gets the milk. This was one of the few truths she knew. Upon hearing the crying, Qian Daoliu glared fiercely at Qian Xunji, bent down, and reached out to pat Bibi Dong's head to comfort her. Don't cry, Donger. Qian Xunji looked down, overlooking the scene of Qian Daoliu comforting Bibi Dong, and sneered in his heart, spoil her, keep spoiling her. You'll get what's coming to you eventually. After more than a decade, if Qian Daoliu were to be angered to the point of being paralyzed in bed by Bibi Dong, he would definitely send him a requiem. If he were directly angered to death, he would prepare a rock band and a group of clubbers to sing and dance on his grave 24/7, ensuring he wouldn't have peace even after death. There was no help for it. Because of those idiotic actions of Qian Daoliu in the original work, he, who had transmigrated into Qian Xunji, had no good feelings towards him at all. Only disgust and nausea. If it weren't for his insufficient strength and the fact that he couldn't beat Qian Daoliu, he would have wanted to learn from Erfeng and treat Qian Daoliu the same way he treated Li Yuan. Keep him under house arrest and use him as a stud to produce a group of descendants with the 6-winged angel martial soul. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Withdrawing his disgusted gaze, Qian Xunji said coldly, appearing impatient and distant. The confidence he had to not give Qian Daoliu face came from the 30-minute quasi-god cultivation experience card given by the system. If he wanted to leave, Qian Daoliu couldn't stop him. Qian Daoliu looked at Qian Xunji with an unkind gaze, his tone unfriendly. Where are you going? I'm going out to find a wife for the Supreme Pontiff, striving to get married and have children within 3 years. I don't have the hobby of raising other people's children myself. Qian Xunji casually fobbed Qian Daoliu off with a few sentences and then started walking again. He stepped firmly, walking away in a dashing manner. As for whether the world would be flooded behind him, what did that have to do with him? As for this ungrateful wretch Bibi Dong, it was Qian Daoliu's business if he wanted to raise her. As long as she didn't bother him, all would be well. As for whether the subsequent plot would be similar to the original, as long as these foolish people and foolish things didn't bother him, it didn't matter, let it be. Qian Xunji. I am focused on becoming a god. I should ignore external affairs, work hard to cultivate and improve my cultivation, and strive to become a god soon and ascend to the position of God King. Behind him, seeing Qian Xunji's resolute retreating figure, Qian Daoliu wanted to say something, but didn't know where to start. He wanted to stop Qian Xunji from going out and make him continue to stay obediently in the Supreme Pontiff Palace to process the documents sent back from various places. Did he still want to hold his grandchild soon or not? That frenemy Tang Chen often used Tang Xiao, Tang Hao, and Tang Yuehua to provoke him. Tang Chen. Qian Daoliu, I already have grandsons and granddaughters, why don't you have any yet? Look at my good grandson Tang Hao, he has innate full spirit power and is gifted. Are you envious? At least the big promise Qian Xunji gave him this time was acceptable. Qian Daoliu. When I have a grandson or granddaughter, I must take them to Tang Chen and show them off properly, slapping his face back. As for the current arrangement for Bibi Dong, it troubled him a bit. Just as Qian Xunji said, Bibi Dong was an owner of an evil spirit. Possessing the bright and holy six-winged angel martial soul, he was indeed not suitable for teaching her to cultivate. As for the genius with innate full spirit power and top-tier twin spider emperor beast spirits, he couldn't rest assured in trusting her to others to teach. If they taught her until they ended up in bed, and after he died in 100 years, that brat Qian Xunji hadn't cultivated to limit douluo to inherit the position of the angel god high priest, it might threaten the Qian family's ruling status in Spirit Hall. For this reason, Qian Daoliu could only become a single dad again to raise Bibi Dong. As for the cultivation of her spirit, he would let ghost leopard douluo, whose spirit attributes were relatively close, teach Bibi Dong. Chapter 3. Immortal herbs and spiritual medicines, I want them all. 1 week later, in the core area of the Sunset Forest, the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well. Using the system's map function, Qian Xunji successfully arrived at this place of opportunity. If not for the system map, as someone who was completely directionally challenged and relied entirely on unreliable maps for travel, he wouldn't have known how many years it would take to find the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well in the vast Sunset Forest. A roar rang out, and a massive, 10,000-year-old Medusa with a human head and snake body appeared before him. This was Dugu Bo's 8th spirit ring and head spirit bone. Facing this spirit beast enemy of humanity, Qian Xunji did not hesitate and summoned his spirit. The emperor armor clad his body, and he held a golden treasure sword in his hand. He used his 4th spirit ability, Angel Light Blade, summoning over a dozen golden daggers to attack with his sword control. Combining it with his 8th spirit ability, Angel Roar, he quickly dispatched this guardian beast of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well. A black spirit ring floated in the air. Qian Xunji collected the Medusa's corpse, and the black spirit ring vanished along with it. Curious, he opened the system space to take a look, and to his surprise, the spirit ring, spirit bone, and the spirit beast's corpse had all appeared on the panel. He curiously reached out his finger and tapped on the spirit ring. The system displayed a description. Killing a spirit beast drops a spirit ring. By collecting the spirit beast's corpse before the spirit ring dissipates into the world, you can store the spirit ring dropped upon the spirit beast's death into the system space. These spirit rings, collected into the system space along with the corpse, will be freed from the rules of the douluo plane, where the spirit ring dropped can only be absorbed by the one who killed the spirit beast, and become ownerless spirit rings. These ownerless spirit rings can be absorbed and refined by anyone, provided the spirit master has reached the strength required to absorb that spirit ring. The system even has this function. Not bad, not bad, Qian Xunji praised. Qian Xunji gathered his strength and punched through the rock wall, stepping into the secret realm of the ice and fire yin-yang well. Two springs stood side by side, coming into view. One was as scorching as the blood of a burning heaven, the other as chilling as the marrow of the netherworld. The red sun spring surged like a torrent of molten lava, with heat waves rising. Within 100 jong, vegetation withered and scorched, and stone debris turned to powder. In the air, it seemed as if a fire dragon circled, breathing out flames with every breath, even igniting the wind and emitting a sizzling sound. The blue ice spring was as still as a cold abyss, with a bone-chilling cold. The surface of the spring was covered in mysterious ice that had not melted for thousands of years, with ice patterns like curses. Touching it would freeze one's soul. Cold mist swirled like the wings of an ice phoenix, and wherever it passed, birds dropped their feathers and insects froze into corpses. The exotic flowers and herbs surrounding the springs competed in splendor. He had no time to admire the spectacle or marvel at the wonders of nature. Qian Xunji's goal was very clear. Prioritize absorbing the immortal herb, the see-through autumn water dew, which could enhance his mental force. As the dewdrop entered his eyes, he felt a coolness, and he immediately channeled his spirit power to refine it. Qian Xunji sat cross-legged in meditation. After absorbing the see-through autumn water dew, his mental force surged, reaching the spirit domain realm. With his mental force reaching the spirit domain realm, plus a 100,000-year spirit ring, he would have the entry ticket to becoming a limit douluo. However, having mental force at the spirit domain realm could not satisfy Qian Xunji. Refining the see-through autumn water dew had brought his mental force to the spirit domain realm. His thinking became faster, and his memory was infinitely close to photographic. His vision also improved, allowing him to see further. He also gained dynamic vision, and could even see some bacteria as if using a microscope. But he still lacked abilities that could directly increase his combat power, such as illusions or laser eyes. For the following time, Qian Xunji stayed in this cultivation treasure land, the ice and fire yin-yang well, to cultivate. Every day, he relied on the system's identification function to identify spiritual medicines and immortal herbs, searching for herbs suitable for his current stage to absorb and refine, thereby increasing his cultivation. In any case, with 100,000 tons of optional food as support, he was not short on supplies. It was enough for him to stay at the ice and fire yin-yang well and cultivate to the realm of a limit douluo. 1 month had passed since he transmigrated. By frantically absorbing and refining immortal herbs and spiritual medicines, and using the ice and fire to temper his body while absorbing the energy within the springs of the ice and fire yin-yang well, Qian Xunji's cultivation reached level 89. With the help of refining the star luo spirit pearl, he condensed a spirit core, and his spirit power broke through to the level 90 quasi-titled douluo realm. He opened the system panel and tapped the sign-in button. Open black lens bracket sign-in successful. Obtained 1 unlimited spirit ring age increase card, 10,000 years. Close black lens bracket. The unlimited spirit ring age increase card had the function of increasing the age of 100-year, 1,000-year, 10,000-year, 100,000-year spirit rings, and even Beast King spirit rings by 10,000 years. If used on the spirit ring produced by the 990,000-year-old deep-sea demon whale king, it could break the limit and become a million-year-old divine beast spirit ring. Of course, hunting the deep-sea demon whale king was impossible, even with a 30-minute quasi-god cultivation experience card in his hand. Even High Priestess Bo Saishi, who possessed the sea god spirit on Sea God Island, had divine force in her body, could briefly use divine artifacts, and could summon the phantom of the sea god to fight, could not defeat the deep-sea demon whale king. Even the protagonist Tang San relied on the divinity shamelessly stepping in to help directly before he successfully killed the deep-sea demon whale king. Therefore, Qian Xunji, whose cultivation was only at level 90 quasi-titled douluo, would not let his blood get to his head and brainlessly go to kill the deep-sea demon whale king. Even if he took all the titled douluo from the entire consecration hall and elder palace to hunt it, it would be difficult to succeed. Therefore, the target for obtaining the 9th spirit ring had to be changed. The Tianmeng Iceworm, that sycophantic big fat worm, became Qian Zunji's primary target. The ice attribute of the Tianmeng Iceworm clashed with the fire attribute inherent in the six-winged angel martial soul, but that was insignificant in the face of its nearly 1 million years of cultivation. As for the spirit ring dropped by the Tianmeng Iceworm, the spirit ability it produced had no offensive power, but Qian Zunji did not care much about that. As the saying goes, only lazy weaklings rely on powerful spirit abilities. The spirit ring obtained from killing the Tianmeng Iceworm and the head spirit bone that might drop could perhaps raise his mental force to the god origin realm after refining. This was what Qian Zunji valued. Only with sufficiently powerful mental force could he support the conversion of the wild ideas in his mind into power. But considering that the place where the Tianmeng Iceworm was currently located was deep in the far north, to go to that land of ice and snow, he needed to properly prepare some cold-resistant items. And Qian Zunji's gaze swept across the ice and fire yin-yang well, his eyes darkened, and he made a firm decision in his heart. The water and soil of the ice and fire yin-yang well, not even a single drop of spring water or a single grain of sand, would be left for Tang San. As for whether Dugu Bo would die directly because he couldn't come to the ice and fire yin-yang well to suppress the toxins in his body, Qian Zunji, respect the fate of others. Dugu Bo had a strange temper. Someone who could become an old friend with a thief like Tang San, a guy who constantly said, "You have a way to die," could hardly be a normal person. It could not be denied that in the original work, Dugu Bo's team battle capability was outstanding, and he was incredibly powerful against cannon fodder, basically a walking, human-shaped, large-area poison gas bomb. But so what? Large-area enemy killing methods weren't limited to just poison. Large-area, eternal, unextinguishable flames could also accomplish this. Pump the spring water, shovel the soil, and hollow out the entire ice and fire yin-yang well. Not a single drop of water, not a single grain of soil, would be left for Tang San to enjoy. The remains of the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King would be collected into the system space. As for the left and right arm bones of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings, to be safe, he would wait until the system recovered its energy and awakened before absorbing them. This was to avoid being possessed by the remnant souls while refining the spirit bones. Chapter 4. Tianmeng, the Simp Iceworm, I am coming. Deep within the far north, the cold wind was biting, and heavy snow was falling. There were no people here, it was a paradise for ice and snow spirit beasts. Clad in a white polar expedition cold-proof suit, Qian Zunji moved rapidly across the snow, leaving no footprints. Behind him, a pack of over 30 ice plain wolves followed closely, each with at least 10,000 years of cultivation. The ice plain wolf emperor leading them was a genuine 100,000-year spirit beast, its massive size comparable to an orca. Qian Zunji did not want to cause unnecessary trouble and attract the three great kings of the far north, forcing him to use his quasi-god cultivation experience card. Without the quasi-god cultivation experience card, successfully absorbing the spirit ring dropped by the Tianmeng Iceworm would be difficult. Even if this simp Tianmeng Iceworm was trash, it was still a fierce beast nearing 1 million years of cultivation. The immense energy contained within a fierce beast's spirit ring was not something he, a quasi-titled douluo, could withstand. Fortunately, after leaving the ice and fire yin-yang well, he had hunted quite a few spirit beasts while testing his strength in the Sunset Forest. Now, his system space was piled high with spirit beast meat. He threw out 300 fresh 100-year soft bones rabbit carcasses in one go. The smell of blood successfully attracted the attention of the ice plain wolves. Even the ice plain wolf emperor, seeing how fast Qian Zunji was running, chose to stop and eat the soft bones rabbit meat. Having successfully shaken off the pack of ice plain wolves, Qian Zunji did not let his guard down. He knew the truly dangerous pack-dwelling spirit beasts in the far north were not the ice plain wolves. Fortunately, it was a case of, speak of the devil and he shall appear, rather than, thinking of the devil and he arrives. Following the navigation function of his system map, Qian Zunji successfully arrived above the ice cave where the 10,000-year mysterious ice marrow was hidden. Facing the thick layer of ice, he had to use the storage function of his system space to dig through it. 3 days later, Qian Zunji successfully dug through the ice layer and arrived at the cave. There was no light, no wind, and no water here, there was only ice that had remained frozen for hundreds of millions of years. As for the so-called 10,000-year mysterious ice marrow, it had long since been devoured by the massive, sleeping iceworm before him, leaving not even a scrap behind. What to do when the target is sleeping? Naturally, seize the opportunity and kill it. What knightly spirit, what honorable duel, those were all things used to deceive honest people. Honest people become holy knights, only to end up dead and then have dirt thrown on their graves. Qian Xunji held his golden sword, charging it up, and raised it high. With a single strike of force-splitting Mount Hua, he decapitated the sleeping Tianmeng iceworm in one blow. Feeling the pain, the Tianmeng iceworm opened its eyes abruptly, completely bewildered. In the final moment of its life, its gaze was fixed on Qian Xunji, the human who had taken advantage of its sleep and disregarded martial virtue to kill it. Human, please tell Bingbing for me that I love her. After finishing its last words, the Tianmeng iceworm died completely. A spirit ring, infinitely close to gold, floated up into the air. As for the last words spoken by the Tianmeng iceworm before it died, Qian Xunji only felt that this simp beast was beyond saving. A simp is a simp, even in death, it is still a simp. Falling in love with an existence that views you as food, how truly abstract. It probably has Stockholm Syndrome. Qian Xunji stored the body of the Tianmeng iceworm and the spirit ring it dropped into his system space. He did not intend to absorb the spirit ring dropped by the Tianmeng iceworm here in the far north, a place dominated by spirit beasts. If an accident were to occur while absorbing the spirit ring, it would truly be too late for regrets. The journey out of the far north was quite smooth. Perhaps because his cultivation had not reached title douluo, the three great kings of the far north, maintaining their status, did not make a move against him. The only thing that annoyed Qian Xunji was that he was chased by ice plain wolves on the way here, and he was still being chased by ice plain wolves on the way back. What an annoying feeling. Leaving the far north and exiting the ice-sealed forest, he arrived at the spirit hunting town. He looked back to the north and made a resolution. I will definitely come back. The spirit masters in the spirit hunting town heard this and just took it as a joke. Male spirit masters continued drinking their hot ale as they should. As for the female spirit masters, seeing the handsome and powerful Qian Xunji able to travel alone to and from the dangerous ice-sealed forest without a single scratch on him, their minds began to wander. Handsome, are you alone? Interested in having a cup of hot ale? What to do when faced with a middle-aged woman hitting on you? First, suspect whether the other party has ulterior motives, coveting his wealth or wanting to obtain a spirit bone. Secondly, suspect whether the other party carries various pathogens and wants to drag him into being a fellow patient. Thirdly, suspect whether the other party is looking for him to take over their burdens, be it child burdens, younger sibling burdens, elderly care burdens, debt burdens, or any other kind of burden. In short, Qian Xunji said nothing, he simply slipped away. His escape was so fast that the woman who had approached him was dumbfounded, staring at his retreating back, unable to recover for a long time. The middle-aged woman considered herself beautiful, dressed appropriately, and possessed the etiquette of a noble in her speech and conduct. What kind of man is that? The middle-aged woman exclaimed in anger after coming to her senses. From a distance came the laughter of onlookers. After all, this was the first time they had seen such a funny situation. Within the Heaven Do Empire, there was a village that had been abandoned due to an attack by Wolftaken. Qian Xunji's arrival brought some life to the place. This place is not bad, there are no people around, and no powerful spirit beasts. Digging a cellar to absorb the spirit ring dropped by the Tianmeng iceworm couldn't be more suitable. No sooner said than done, he started digging the cellar. The cellar was dug deep to conceal the light of the spirit ring. In the cellar, tens of meters deep, Qian Xunji took out the 990,000-year fierce beast spirit ring dropped by the Tianmeng iceworm. The golden light inherent to the spirit ring illuminated the entire cellar. He took out the quasi-god cultivation experience card and used it, feeling his body fill with power. After making full preparations, he began to guide the spirit ring to absorb and refine it. Fortunately, the Tianmeng iceworm was not a powerhouse like the deep-sea demon whale king. Its actual combat strength couldn't even beat an average 100,000-year spirit beast. After using the quasi-god cultivation experience card to significantly boost his strength, Qian Xunji successfully refined the spirit ring dropped by the Tian Meng Iceworm within 30 minutes. His spirit power level went from level 90 to level 95. His mental force increased significantly, reaching the peak of the domain realm. In one go, Qian Xunji took out the unlimited spirit ring age enhancement card. He increased the 990,000 year age of his 9th spirit ring by 10,000 years. When the spirit ring age was raised to 1,000,000 years, his spirit power level also broke through from level 95 to level 96. His mental force even reached the half-step God Origin realm, just one step away from reaching the God Origin realm. Qian Xunji took out the head spirit bone dropped by killing the Tianmeng Iceworm. Qian Xunji began to absorb and refine this 990,000-year Tianmeng Iceworm head spirit bone. He did not know how much time had passed. After successfully refining the Tianmeng Iceworm's head spirit bone, the immense energy contained within it raised Qian Xunji's spirit power from level 96 to level 98. His mental force also successfully took that half step, reaching the God Origin realm. Although his mental force had only just reached the God Origin realm and was not yet stable, the qualitative leap of his spiritual consciousness evolving into divine consciousness allowed Qian Xunji to clearly feel how large the gap was. One Tianmeng Iceworm had brought him from a level 90 quasi-titled douluo to the realm of a level 98 peak douluo. It must be said, although the Tianmeng Iceworm was a simp with useless combat strength, the energy contained within it was truly massive and satisfying. He walked out of the cellar and came to the surface. To thank brother Tianmeng, Qian Xunji prepared to stew some worm meat to eat today. Chapter 5. Slaughter City, Here I Come. Inside the mental sea of consciousness, Tianmeng Iceworm was furious to see Qian Xunji cooking its own silkworm meat. To think that he, a dignified 990,000-year super spirit beast, was ambushed while sleeping, killed, and had his spirit ring and spirit bone dropped. In the end, his remnant soul even had to watch his own physical body being prepared as food by that damned human. Tianmeng Iceworm was enraged, but could only rage for a moment. Then, he retreated into the depths of Qian Xunji's mental sea of consciousness. He had to lay low, survive, and strive for a chance to possess Qian Xunji's body, then return to the far north to see his beloved, Bingbing. Whenever he thought of Bingbing's petite and exquisite appearance, and her sparkling, diamond-like body, Tianmeng Iceworm couldn't help but chuckle, hee hee. The first thing he did every time he opened his eyes was to think of Bingbing. Bingbing, my Bingbing, what are you doing right now? Thinking of his beloved Bingbing, Tianmeng Iceworm arrived at the depths of the mental sea of consciousness. Then, he witnessed an incredible scene. A human woman with silver hair, wearing a black and red dress, was fast asleep. Tianmeng Iceworm was puzzled as to why a human woman would be living inside the mental sea of consciousness of that human named Qian Xunji. The system sensed something approaching and opened her beautiful ruby-colored eyes. Seeing a fat ice worm, and noticing its lecherous expression, the system showed a look of disgust. The system utilized her authority, and within a single breath, she figured out what the bound human had done while she was asleep, recovering energy. A transmigrator who was single-mindedly focused on getting stronger and had intercepted the opportunities of the first and second generation douluo protagonists in a short period of time. She was very satisfied with the human's performance. The system was not a nanny, just a golden finger to assist the transmigrator in getting stronger. As for this big fat worm before her, the system pulled out a chainsword and attacked Tianmeng Iceworm. The two parties were simply not on the same level of existence. Facing an attack from a higher dimensional powerhouse like the system, Tianmeng Iceworm couldn't even react. His remnant soul was directly torn apart by the chainsword, scattering his soul and spirit, disappearing completely, without even a chance for reincarnation. After dealing with the intruder, the system went back to sleep to recover energy. In the outside world, Qian Xunji was eating the meat of Tianmeng Iceworm while thinking about matters in his mind. Absorbing and refining the spirit ring and spirit bone of Tianmeng Iceworm brought him 4 spirit abilities. The spirit abilities from the 9th spirit ring were the 2 auxiliary spirit abilities, mental detection and mental sharing. Qian Xunji would not complain that the spirit abilities he obtained were not powerful attack system spirit abilities. If one could only rely on powerful spirit ring skills to unleash strong combat power, that would be too lazy and useless. Self-created spirit abilities were the true foundation of strength. The two spirit abilities that came with the Tian Meng Iceworm's head spirit bone were soul shock and mental domain interference. The former was a mental force attack spirit ability, and the latter was a mental force domain skill. With mental force reaching the god origin realm, coupled with soul shock, he had the capital to defeat all the native douluo inhabitants, excluding those two foreign dragons. The mental interference domain could allow him to win against enemies without taking any damage. The spirit bone ability could also be used within Slaughter City. This advantage was simply wonderful. After finishing his meal, Qian Xunji took out a pen and paper to write down his plan. First, go and kill a few 100,000-year spirit beasts, obtain a few 100,000-year spirit bones. Make full preparations, and then enter Slaughter City. Or should he make some preparations, craft gas masks and protective suits, and then head directly to Slaughter City? Time is precious, but one only has one life. But considering that after transmigrating, he did not take Bibi Dong as a disciple, the program of the douluo plot had already been changed. The story had already changed. The longer it dragged on, the greater the changes, and the more uncontrollable it became. It would also cause him to lose his foresight advantage. At the current stage, Qian Daoliu and Tang Chen had not yet arranged to go to Sea God Island together and fall in love with High Priestess Bo Saishi at first sight. Although Tang Chen already possessed the Slaughter God domain, he had not yet resolutely chosen to abandon his sect and family because of a single word from High Priestess Bo Saishi, dedicated himself to becoming a god, and then degenerated into the Slaughter King. Tang Chen had not yet officially started the Asura God trial, and was in the period before degenerating into the Slaughter King. Perhaps Tang San had not yet been chosen by the Asura God as his successor. This time period was his only opportunity to obtain the Asura God trial and successfully inherit the Asura God seat. If Tang Chen were to degenerate into the Slaughter King, it would give the Asura God the idea of wanting to support Tang San to ascend. For Qian Xunji, that would be unfortunate. Considering that time was tight and opportunity knocks but once, Qian Xunji hurriedly headed to Slaughter City after crafting multiple sets of gas masks and protective suits. If necessary, he wouldn't mind using the snow-colored swan kiss to ensure no one survived in Slaughter City, turning it into a dead zone filled with poisonous gas. He must absolutely not let the father and son, Tang Hao and Tang San, enter Slaughter City to obtain the Slaughter God domain. Slaughter Town. Lead-colored clouds hung low, the daylight was dim, and the entire town was enveloped in a heavy scent of blood. On the cracked stone road, dark red bloodstains wound across, embedded with broken bones and torn cloth. The houses on both sides were dilapidated and collapsed, doors and windows were shattered, and the walls were covered in knife marks and bloodstains. Twisted corpses were scattered along the streets and alleys, broken blades could be seen everywhere, and the stench of decay and blood permeated the wind. Vultures stood upon broken walls, emitting hoarse, low growls. The deathly silence was suffocating, only the eerie wind wailed as it passed through the ruins. This was a living hell soaked in blood, where only despair remained. Countless fallen spirit masters gathered here, kidnapping civilians to use for amusement and as food. Qian Xunji arrived at Slaughter Town, and seeing this scene of a living hell, and hearing the wails of countless people, his expression sank. He was not a saint, but he hated criminals from the bottom of his heart. Especially criminals who did not treat people as human beings. This group of fallen spirit masters before him gave him the urge to kill. No, those who eat their own kind are not human. Qian Xunji thought about killing all the fallen spirit masters before him. And the fallen spirit masters, seeing the handsome and fair-skinned Qian Xunji, each revealed an enigmatic smile, their gazes becoming viscous. Handsome appearance, fair skin, a clean body without filth, and no unpleasant odor. This was simply a top-grade treasure. Whether used as a toy or as food, it was of the highest grade, something rare to encounter. What a delicious-looking thing. A round-faced, bearded fallen spirit master looked at Qian Xunji with viscous eyes, stuck out his tongue to lick his lips, and chuckled. Qian Xunji was disgusted, and goosebumps rose all over his body. He unleashed his ultimate move directly. Angelic Domain, fully expanded, covering Slaughter Town. The Angelic Domain unfolded by a level 98 peak douluo was simply deadly poison for the fallen spirit masters. What is this damn thing? Why is my body melting? Holy sh*t, Angelic Domain. Why would the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall have nothing better to do than come to Slaughter City? I don't want to die. Please, don't kill me, I am willing to serve you like an ox or a horse. Damned angel clan, I curse you to a miserable death. ... Regardless of whether the fallen spirit masters begged for mercy or cursed, Qian Xunji did not stop his actions because of it. This group of fallen spirit masters, whose spirit power levels didn't even reach Spirit Saint, could not last long within the angelic domain before they would melt away like cream. Killing many fallen spirit masters and purifying the evil filth made Qian Xunji's spirit power even more solid. He swept his divine consciousness, perceived that all the fallen spirit masters in Slaughter Town had been killed by him, and then retracted the angelic domain. As for those civilians who had been kidnapped by the fallen spirit masters, whether they could survive depended on their own luck. Qian Xunji, I am in a hurry right now, I am not in the mood to play the part of a so-called hero. Chapter 6. Nothing to say to the fallen, only slaughter. Open black lens bracket. Remember to sign in, Kalo tilde. Qian Xunji arrived at the tavern at the entrance of Slaughter City, and a system notification popped up in front of him. Sign in to get rewards, you'd be a fool not to. He opened the system panel and clicked the sign in button. Open black lens bracket. Sign in successful. Obtain the Ice Heart Manual. Close black lens bracket. Ice Heart Manual, an internal mental cultivation method to calm the mind and focus the spirit. Its core mantra was, keep the mind as clear as ice, even if the heavens collapse, remain unfazed. Once cultivated, it allowed the user to maintain a state of absolute calmness, blocking out the erosion of various external emotions. Good stuff. With the Ice Heart Manual gifted by Mother System, he no longer had to worry about the Rakshasa god playing dirty tricks on him. Even though his mental force had reached the god origin realm, Qian Xunji was not arrogant enough to believe he could completely withstand the underhanded schemes of a first-class god. Before officially entering Slaughter City, Qian Xunji spent 3 days cultivating and successfully mastered the basics. Then, he lifted the floorboards and walked in. Passing through a long corridor swept by a cold, bloody wind, he arrived inside Slaughter City. The moment he stepped into Slaughter City, he felt extremely uncomfortable all over. The air around him was filled with an evil aura of slaughter, making him feel as if he were in a 100% humidity environment, making it difficult to breathe. An invisible force, seemingly coming from heaven and earth, was suppressing him and weakening his strength. Slaughter City was a secret realm created by the Asura god, one of the 5 great god kings of the god realm, to select his successor. A massive slaughter domain enveloped the entire Slaughter City, sealing the spirit rings of spirit masters, rendering them unable to use spirit abilities or receive the enhancement of their spirit rings. Even if a titled douluo came here, their spirit rings would be sealed, turning them into nothing more than an ordinary person with an exceptionally strong physical constitution. However, this did not include Qian Xunji, who possessed the divine-level angelic domain. The angelic domain was bestowed by the first-class angel god. Being at the same divine level, it was on par with the slaughter god domain. Although it was slightly inferior to the slaughter domain, it was not to the point of being utterly crushed. Qian Xunji sensed his strength after being suppressed and thought to himself, the strength of a newly advanced titled douluo. Although my spirit ring abilities are weakened, they can still be used. It's enough. I am the Nightmare Knight, Griffith. You have violated the rules of Slaughter City. Only by defeating me will you be qualified to enter. At the end of the corridor, 101 people appeared. All of them wore full-body black armor, with even their faces completely concealed by black helmets, making their features invisible. 100 of them held 2-handed greatswords, while only one sat high atop a warhorse that was also clad in black armor. The speaker was indeed this man riding the warhorse. Clad in his emperor armor, Qian Xunji said nothing. He simply raised his hand and used his 4th spirit ability, Angel Light Blade, summoning over a dozen golden daggers. Controlling the daggers to slay the enemies, he sent them flying toward the 100 black-armored warriors holding 2-handed great swords. Meanwhile, he held a golden sword in his own hand. With a single upward half-moon slash, he cleaved both the horse and its rider in half. The battle lasted less than a minute, and all 101 black-armored warriors present were eliminated by Qian Xunji. As the sacred power purified the evil, Qian Xunji benefited from it, and his own spirit power grew even more robust. What surprised Qian Xunji slightly was that killing the warhorse also yielded benefits. This reminded him that the predecessor of Spirit Hall, the Angel Church, had grown and flourished by collecting faith through the slaying of evil spirit beasts and fallen spirit masters. The angelic Qian clan did not know how to manage things, nor did they think of using Slaughter City to breed fallen spirit masters and evil spirit beasts to gain experience points for the rapid growth of the angelic martial soul. One could only say that on this douluo plane, where even raiding a grain transport route could be hailed as a brilliant strategy of the ages, one should not hold high hopes for the IQ of these foolish douluo natives. Having dealt with the black-armored warriors blocking the way at the end of the corridor, Qian Xunji continued forward and arrived before the pitch-black city gates. Looking up, he saw 4 large characters, Slaughter City. He walked from outside the gates into the city. At the entrance, 2 rows of black-armored warriors stood silently. A woman in black, wearing a black veil, stepped out from behind the black-armored warriors. "Welcome to Slaughter City." The woman's voice was rather pleasant. She swayed her hips as she walked up to Qian Xunji and made a gesture inviting him inside. Qian Xunji said nothing. He pierced the woman's chest with a single sword strike, then reconjugated the golden daggers to hunt down the 2 rows of black-armored warriors. He had nothing to say to these criminals, the fallen spirit masters. When it came to this mob of utterly wicked criminals, he would rather slaughter them all than leave a single one alive to harm law-abiding, normal people. The outer city of Slaughter City. A crowd of emaciated, sallow-faced, numb-looking residents, all hunched over, heard the sounds of fighting and raised their heads to look. Fighting, death, and blood flowing everywhere were nothing but daily occurrences to the residents of Slaughter City. However, for a newcomer who had just arrived in Slaughter City to dare attack the Slaughter King's subordinates was indeed a rare sight. So much blood. Collecting just 1 cup of it would allow us to live peacefully for a month. What a waste. He even killed the Slaughter Messenger, who was so beautiful and had such a lovely voice. This newcomer probably doesn't know that the gender ratio in Slaughter City is severely imbalanced, and women are extremely rare. The battle ended so quickly. Why don't we use the Slaughter Messenger while she's still warm? The moment the speaking fallen one finished his sentence, his throat was slit by a golden dagger controlled by Qian Xunji's mental force. He never showed mercy to these foul-mouthed criminals who spewed nonsense and filth. The bodies of the fallen spirit masters slain by Qian Xunji were enveloped in golden, sacred flames. As the flames burned and purified the evil, their corpses melted like butter, dispersing into heaven and earth. With every bit of evil purified, he received a portion of sacred feedback, and the spirit power in Qian Xunji's body grew a bit more robust. Using his 9th soul skill, he mentally scanned for fallen spirit masters hiding in the shadows, controlling the golden daggers to snipe them from afar. Killing without leaving a single corpse behind. Repeating this process, Qian Xunji achieved the milestone of 1,000 kills within a single day. He was shrouded in a thick aura of slaughter. High above Slaughter City, within the Rakshasa secret realm, a wisp of divine sense left behind by the Rakshasa god in Slaughter City sensed that sacred, bright, and fiery power of the angel god, a power that he thoroughly detested. He cast his gaze toward the source of that power. He saw Qian Xunji, clad in his emperor armor, standing on the tip of a rooftop, controlling golden daggers to kill people from a distance. It was rare for him to see a believer possessing the angel god's power step into Slaughter City. Not the 6-winged angel martial soul. In all likelihood, it is what mortals call a martial soul mutation. It was not the 6-winged angel martial soul, but rather took the form of an armor martial soul. This piqued the Rakshasa god's interest, and he decided not to act directly to kill Qian Xunji. An angelic descendant who possessed the angel god's power but did not have the 6-winged angel martial soul. If he were to become the high priest of the Rakshasa god. How interesting, how amusing. However, to become the high priest of the Rakshasa god, rank 98 spirit power was not enough. Only by reaching rank 99 and becoming a limit douluo would one be qualified to become the high priest of the Rakshasa god. To find some amusement, the bored Rakshasa god began to exert his influence. He sent down a beam of purple light that floated above Qian Xunji's head like an angelic halo, serving as a conspicuous marker. His voice rang out in the ears of every fallen spirit master residing in Slaughter City. Chapter 7. The Ambition of the Rakshasa God. Whoever kills the one with the purple light above their head shall be the next Slaughter King, ruling over all the fallen in the entire Slaughter City. His voice was full of temptation, affecting the already mentally unstable fallen. They faced the temptation of becoming the Slaughter King and enjoying fine food, wine, and beautiful women by killing the one with the purple light above his head. Coupled with the illusion of a beautiful future shown to them by the Rakshasa god through voice transmission. All the fallen in Slaughter City instantly became hot-headed. Following the guidance of the Rakshasa god, they rushed toward Qian Zunji's location. Having done all this, the Rakshasa god watched the good show with great interest. A pure descendant of the angels did not qualify to become the high priest of the Rakshasa god. Only a descendant of the fallen angels, filled with resentment and evil thoughts, was most suitable to become the high priest of the Rakshasa god. His vision affected by the purple light, Qian Zunji pulled out a mirror to take a look. Then, he saw a purple sphere of light hovering above his head. He couldn't shake off the purple sphere of light no matter what, it was clearly the work of some divinity. Slaughter City was the inheritance ground of the Asura god and the Rakshasa god. As for which divinity was bored enough to pull this stunt, Qian Zunji didn't know, and he had no time to waste brain cells guessing for now. The fallen gathering from all directions had blood-red eyes and panted like bulls, staring intently at him. There are too many of them, Qian Zunji frowned, sensing trouble. Even if he were to just slaughter them, he couldn't possibly wipe out thousands of fallen in a short time. What's more, even more fallen in the distance were gathering toward his location. Without much hesitation, Qian Zunji directly used his 8th spirit ability, Angel's Roar, an area of effect mental force attack. Skill. It released a mental shockwave, causing soul tremors in enemies within range, which could even cause their heads to explode in severe cases. With his mental force at the God Origin realm, Qian Zunji activated this spirit ring ability with an age of over 50,000 years. With Qian Zunji as the center, the fallen within a 340-meter radius either fainted from soul tremors or died from exploded heads. Killing a large number of fallen at once was an impressive feat, but the consumption of energy was also massive. Therefore, after using the move, Qian Zunji immediately relocated. As he ran, he took out a dragon blood leaf from his system space and began chewing it in his mouth. The dragon blood leaf was a spiritual herb from the ice and fire yin-yang well, possessing the effect of rapidly restoring one's spirit power upon consumption. This was Slaughter City, and Qian Zunji did not dare to use his spirit core to absorb the natural energy, which was filled with evil and slaughter aura, to restore his internal spirit power. You run pretty fast, pretty boy, but too bad your grandpa here is exceptionally smart and blocked you ahead. A fallen with a long nose and small braids on both sides of his head held a scimitar, blocking Qian Zunji's path and speaking arrogantly. Qian Zunji remained silent, his steps never faltering. Holding his golden sword, he slit the opponent's throat in one strike, killing him instantly. Why waste breath speaking to a mentally unstable fallen? It was a waste of time, it was better to just kill him. But he is a man of few words, the Rakshasa god, who was watching the show, commented on Qian Zunji. A cold, proud, and reticent descendant of the angels. He was just too perfect for whipping with a small leather whip until his flesh was torn, just to listen to his screams of agony. The Rakshasa god had enjoyed watching the fun all day and had no complaints about Qian Zunji's strength and combat performance. However, he was highly dissatisfied with the fallen, a bunch of trash who couldn't even leave a single scratch on Qian Zunji. If not for the fear of the Asura god's punishment, the Rakshasa god really wanted to disable the slaughter domain of Slaughter City, allowing the fallen to regain their strength and gang up on Qian Zunji. Instead of being defeated one by the mobile Qian Zunji like they were now, their numbers dwindling constantly. The Rakshasa god lamented in his heart that it was a pity Tang Chen was not in Slaughter City, preventing him from witnessing an evenly matched battle. As for the current Slaughter King, he was merely a piece of trash who got lucky and took over the position after Tang Chen killed the previous generation's level 99 limit douluo Slaughter King, obtained the Slaughter God domain, and left Slaughter City. How could an ordinary titled douluo be a match for Qian Zunji, a decisive and ruthless descendant of the angels? Qian Zunji held his golden sword, waiting in full battle readiness. For some reason, the titled douluo level fallen spirit master before him was actually able to use spirit ring abilities. I am the ruler of Slaughter City, the Slaughter King, Wei Zonggong. Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, you come to Slaughter City to slaughter my citizens. Do you wish to destroy the agreement signed between Spirit Hall and Slaughter City 1,000 years ago? Recognizing the angelic domain, Wei Zonggong guessed that the guy clad in the Emperor armor who had invaded Slaughter City and killed everyone on sight was the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall. Having once been a spirit master living on the douluo continent, he naturally knew that every generation of Spirit Hall's Supreme Pontiff possessed the six-winged angel martial soul. As a titled douluo-level fallen spirit master, he had witnessed how the power of the angelic domain completely countered fallen spirit masters. Hidden beneath his armor, Qian Zunji's expression changed slightly. He truly had no idea that Spirit Hall and Slaughter City had signed some agreement 1,000 years ago. His predecessor had only been the Supreme Pontiff for a few days, spending his time depressed over Qian Daoliu's remark, "You are the least talented person in the Qian family." He hadn't spared a single glance at the books recording past events inside the Supreme Pontiff Palace. After transmigrating, he had immediately left Spirit City and rushed to the Sunset Forest to seize opportunities, so he naturally hadn't read the books in the Supreme Pontiff Palace. "You have the wrong person," Qian Zunji flatly denied, speaking his first words since entering Slaughter City. True or false, as long as he didn't admit to being the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, it wouldn't count. Hearing the voice, Wei Zonggong also noticed something was off. This voice did not belong to Qian Daoliu. Since it wasn't Qian Daoliu, what did he have to fear? Wei Zonggong revealed his spirit, the blood-soul demonic puppet, possessed himself, used a boosting spirit ability, and charged at Qian Zunji with a demonic scythe in hand. Qian Zunji directly activated the Tian Meng Iceworm head spirit bone ability, Soul Shock. Hit by the mental attack, Wei Zonggong's body went out of control. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Zunji lunged forward and pierced his throat with a single sword thrust. The battle ended swiftly, and the golden holy fire completely purified Wei Zonggong's physical body. Aided by the feedback of holy power obtained from purifying the evil energy of a titled douluo, Qian Zunji, who had been killing non-stop for a month in Slaughter City and slaughtered tens of thousands of fallen, finally broke through level 98 in spirit power and reached level 99, becoming a genuine limit douluo. Seeing Qian Zunji break through and become a limit douluo, a glint of cunning flashed in the Rakshasa god's eyes. A freshly minted level 99 limit douluo, who was a descendant of the angels but did not possess the six-winged angel martial soul, was the most suitable candidate to become the new high priest of the Rakshasa god. Once that little girl on the outside with twin top-tier evil beast spirits grew up, he would guide her to Slaughter City to begin the Rakshasa god's trials. With the sacrifice of an angel descendant, a new Rakshasa god would be born. Then, they would destroy the douluo continent cherished by the angel god, slaughtering all angel descendants and believers. This script was simply magnificent. Chapter 8. Rakshasa God's Trial. Not even a dog would want it. Congratulations on passing the test and obtaining the Rakshasa God's Trial. The seductive voice of the Rakshasa God rang in Qian Zunji's ears. The Rakshasa God was very confident. It confidently believed that a mere mortal would never refuse the olive branch it offered. No native of the douluo continent would refuse a divinity's trial. By passing the trial, they could inherit a god position. Even if the trial the Rakshasa god gave to Qian Zunji had major issues. As long as it didn't say anything, it believed that a mere mortal ant would have no ability to see what was wrong with the god's trial it provided. As long as Qian Zunji agreed, when it came down to the content of the god's trial and whether it was completed, wouldn't it all be decided by a single word from it? If it said you didn't pass the trial, then you didn't pass. It gave you a 9-stage god trial, but if you weren't capable enough and could only complete 7 stages, you could only blame yourself. But it was kind-hearted. Even if you failed the god's trial, it wouldn't want to watch you die, so it would save your life and appoint you as a high priest. You should be grateful. The Rakshasa god was calculating everything perfectly, but it didn't know that Qian Zunji was completely unmoved. Qian Zunji was bewildered at this moment and thought in shock, "I don't understand. Rakshasa god's trial. Not even a dog would take it. How did he, a grown man, get targeted by this psycho woman, Rakshasa god, who complained about heaven and earth and was filled with resentment? Would the Rakshasa god kindly give him, a descendant of the angel god, a god's trial? Believing the Rakshasa god's nonsense is like believing that a random netizen is Qin Shi Huang. Even if this Rakshasa god's trial were real, Qian Xunji would not accept it, let alone participate in some Rakshasa god's trial to inherit the Rakshasa god position. It is well known that the Rakshasa god is extremely petty. Among the 4 great gods' trials of douluo, the Rakshasa god's trial gives the fewest good things. If it just gave fewer things, that would be one thing. This creature has a problem in its brain and even suppresses the cultivation of the examinee. Isn't that just pure madness? Furthermore, becoming the successor of the Rakshasa god would definitely result in being targeted by the Asura god. Even if one successfully passed the trial, inherited the god position, and ascended to the god realm, one would just be an unlucky person targeted by a god-king powerhouse. After ascending to the god realm, one could directly defect to the god of destruction, that would at least provide some shade under a big tree and make things easy for a while. The only fear is that the life goddess might side with outsiders, elbow the god of destruction, and then both of them would sacrifice themselves. The only way out would be to pass down the god position early, leave the god realm, and become a wanderer in the universe. A first-class god is not like a god king, possessing almost endless lifespan. Without the so-called immortal aura of the god realm to nourish the body after leaving, who knows how long one could live. I refuse, Qian Xunji said bluntly. Upon hearing that Qian Xunji, a mortal and an ant, actually dared to refuse its invitation. The Rakshasa god, which had been full of confidence and believed that Qian Xunji would not refuse, was instantly enraged to the point of a hideous expression. A mere ant dares to refuse this divinity, this truly infuriates this divinity. Damn descendant of the angel god, just like that pretentious bitch, the angel god, both are so infuriating and annoying. The Rakshasa god was furious, panting like an ox, with eyes bloodshot. It stared at Qian Xunji from afar, wishing to slice him into 1,000 pieces and throw him into a frying pan. As a divinity, it had the power to do whatever it wanted. Qian Xunji was not the inheritor of the Asura god. Did it have to worry about anything if it wanted to do something to him? As for that bitch, the angel god, its true body was already dead, and that wisp of divine sense left on the douluo continent was about to dissipate. A mortal without a divinity backer, killing him was just killing him. Besides that bitch, the angel god, what kind of saintly divinity would care about the life or death of a mortal? Even that hypocrite, the sea god Poseidon, would only care about the life or death of his own believers. Just as the Rakshasa god reached out, pointed at Qian Xunji, and intended to give this ant who refused it a blast of Rakshasa death light. A voice that seemed to contain majestic heavenly might, extremely overbearing, and made it unable to resist, exploded in its mind. Get lost. The word, get lost, containing supreme power, caused this wisp of Rakshasa divine sense to nearly scatter. Facing a god-king level existence even more powerful than its true body as a first-class main god, this wisp of divine sense that the Rakshasa god had left in Slaughter City was instantly scared away. It was terrified that if it ran too slowly, it would be erased by this unknown god-king powerhouse. With a god-king level powerhouse as his backer, even if it had 100,000 guts, it wouldn't dare to make a move against Qian Xunji. Once the Rakshasa god ran, it fled Slaughter City, planning to return like a king after Qian Xunji left, to enjoy the negative emotional energy continuously provided by the fallen ones. On the other side, the anxious Qian Xunji did not wait for the Rakshasa god's revenge and thought that the Asura god had done a divine deed and warned the Rakshasa god. Little did he know that it was System Mama who couldn't stand an old geezer being shameless, bullying the small, and picking on her human cub. She issued a warning and scared the Rakshasa god away. Without the Rakshasa god continuing to exert pressure, the fallen ones in Slaughter City no longer pursued Qian Xunji day and night, fearing no death. When the purple light orb above his head disappeared and the fallen ones stopped pursuing him, it made Qian Xunji, who had gotten used to being chased, feel a bit unaccustomed. These fallen ones all hid, playing a game of hide-and-seek with him throughout Slaughter City. This caused his efficiency in hunting the fallen ones to plummet. The number of fallen ones killed daily dropped off a cliff. Playing guerrilla warfare with me. You bunch of stupid douluo natives, you're 10,000 years too early. The mental force of the god origin realm, the divine sense born from it, combined with the ninth soul skill mental exploration, made it very easy for Qian Xunji to find the constantly moving fallen ones. Coupled with the fourth soul skill angel light blade for long-range sniping, Qian Xunji could kill enemies from 1,000 meters away even while standing in place. Time passed, years flowed like a song, and the shrill screams of the fallen ones from time to time composed a beautiful melody. Those who kill others will always be killed by others. Qian Xunji walked on the streets of Slaughter City, his feet stepping on the blood-soaked, sticky stone slabs. He drove a group of surviving fallen ones from the outer city towards the slaughter hell arena in the inner city. In this half-year, 80% of the fallen ones in Slaughter City had been killed. Keeping this group of fallen ones was only because enough blood was needed to open the Hell Road. Because the Angel Qian family had few members, Qian Xunji did not plan to treat Slaughter City as a leek garden to cultivate fallen ones and manage it properly for the time being. At worst, he could raise some soft bones rabbits in Slaughter City. Soft bones rabbits are fertile and reproduce quickly. Accumulating little by little, if he killed 100,000 10-year-old soft bones rabbits, he didn't believe he couldn't pile up a titled douluo with an angel spirit. If it didn't work, then he would kill another 100,000, killing until he became a titled douluo. Slaughter Hell Arena. Qian Xunji drove the remaining fallen ones there, cut all their arteries, and let the blood stain the floor red. Perhaps because the amount of blood was insufficient, although the Slaughter Hell Arena glowed with red light, it did not open the passage to the Hell Road. Qian Xunji saw this, so he had no choice but to take out a large amount of well-preserved, still warm soft bones rabbit corpses from the system space, cut their arteries and veins, and let the blood drip onto the floor tiles. Chapter 9. Hell Road. Slaughter City, Hell Road. When Qian Xunji, clad in his emperor armor, stepped in, he felt a sultry aura that made him somewhat uncomfortable. Unlike the low-cultivation Tang San and Huliena from the original story, he could fly. The messy terrain obstacles in Hell Road were like nothing to him. Compared to Tang San and Huliena, who entered suicide mode, the moment they stepped into Hell Road, Qian Xunji strolled through as if taking a walk. Below was the churning and boiling yellow spring blood river. The river water was formed by the gathered spirit power and blood of thousands of failures, containing deadly poison and violent baleful qi. The steaming heat scorched the flesh. Approaching it meant one's spirit power would dissipate. Of course, this was for ordinary spirit masters. For Qian Xunji, a limit douluo powerhouse who had undergone ice and fire tempering and possessed an indestructible body, this was nothing. It was merely red, foul-smelling hot water, not worth worrying about. Instead, what lay beneath the yellow spring blood river intrigued Qian Xunji. A distance of 1,000 meters, a king descending from the sky, free-falling, took only 14 seconds. He activated the storage function of his system space to extract the Bloody Mary from the yellow spring blood river. Qian Xunji was curious. If he fed Bloody Mary to normal spirit beasts, could it force their growth and increase their cultivation years? If it worked, mass-producing 100,000-year spirit beasts wouldn't be a dream. If not, there was a high probability it could cause spirit beasts that consumed Bloody Mary to evolve into evil spirit beasts. Either result would make him a fortune. When all the Bloody Mary in the yellow spring blood river was drained, Qian Xunji used his ninth soul skill, mental force detection, scanning back and forth, but found no useful information. Besides a conversion formation, there was nothing here. This formation was still useful and could not be dismantled and taken away. He left the yellow spring abyss area and arrived at the magma rift area. Sensing the choking sulfurous toxic smoke, Qian Xunji immediately took out a gas mask and put it on. Then he passed through quickly, entered the highly toxic miasma swamp, and flew away rapidly. He arrived at the Bat Nest Death Pass. When Tang San and Huliena came here, they were attacked by bloodthirsty bats and the dark gold three-headed Bat King. But when Qian Xunji arrived, the bats trembled, not daring to come out. Facing a limit douluo powerhouse, they naturally acted subserviently, not sticking their necks out, prioritizing survival. The last limit douluo who came here with a hammer did not see the bats dare to come out to cause trouble either. Qian Xunji just used his ninth soul skill, mental force detection, to scan the area, found nothing unusual, and left to continue forward. Dark gold three-headed Bat King. Ah, it's good it is gone. Blood-winged nine-headed Bat King. I'm still alive, how great. 10-headed fierce young serpent. It's over, it's coming for my inner core. Tang San and Hu Liena were only Spirit King level, yet they could coordinate to kill the 10-headed fierce young serpent. Facing Qian Xunji, a limit douluo, it had absolutely no ability to resist. It could not fight back, could not run, and was not even given the chance to self-destruct. The corpse, recycled, the inner core, swallowed in one bite. This was Qian Xunji's attitude toward the 10-headed fierce young serpent. Not tasty, he said with a look of disgust after swallowing the 10-headed fierce young serpent's inner core. If he had known it was this unpalatable and bitter, he would have coated it in natural honey before eating. He had a glass of iced coconut tree brand coconut milk to rinse his mouth and wash away the bitterness. Soul pressure field. The closer to the exit, the stronger the soul pressure left behind by the Asura god became, capable of directly crushing those with weak wills and plunging trial takers into endless fear illusions. But Qian Xunji possessed god origin realm mental force, as well as a 990,000-year Tian Meng Iceworm head spirit bone. This was a life and death crisis for Tang San and Hu Liena. But for Qian Xunji, it was nothing more than a light breeze. Furthermore, Qian Xunji had practiced the Ice Heart Manual, given by System Mom, which allowed him to maintain absolute rationality and be immune to the erosion of external negative emotions. The exit of Hell Road was exceptionally obvious, with white light condensing into an oval light curtain. A small lake formed by countless blood plasma. Naturally, he recycled and reused it. Before leaving Hell Road, the thick, incomparably dense killing intent around Qian Xunji's body seemed to be pulled by a special force. He knew this was the process of his own killing intent transforming into the slaughter god domain. The moment Qian Xunji stepped into the white light curtain, he instantly felt his body enter a special world. All around was a snowy white, void world. In this vast white world, he could not use a shred of strength. The only feeling was coldness. Qian Xunji did not resist, did not fear, he just waited quietly. Waiting to wake up. He did not know how much time had passed. Qian Xunji, lying on the blue-silver grass, woke up and saw an extra white pattern on the golden sword of his emperor armor. He knew this was the slaughter god domain. Obtaining the slaughter god domain meant having the entry ticket to inherit the Asura god seat. Before entering Slaughter City again, I need to prepare more blood resources. Qian Xunji lowered his eyes in thought and murmured. Inside Slaughter City, whether it was fallen spirit masters with spirit power or fallen ones without, he had hunted them all down. The current Slaughter City, without new fallen ones entering, was just an underground ghost town. Qian Xunji did not know if Bloody Mary could be used to directly open Hell Road, but preparing more things was better than going in and out of Slaughter City. Anyway, hunting some low-year spirit beasts would not take much time. God Realm, Asura God Temple. Dark red light mist shrouded the towering throne, and the first-generation Asura god sat quietly upon it. Blood-colored divine armor patterns flowed, long hair draped over its shoulders, and a pair of scarlet vertical pupils looked down indifferently at the world. The killing intent around its body had condensed into substance, silent and cold. Its slender hand pressed lightly on the hilt of the Asura demon sword. It said nothing, yet possessed the supreme majesty of controlling slaughter and judging the 100 worlds. Oh, someone has actually obtained the slaughter god domain again. The Asura god said with some surprise. In less than a decade in the mortal world, 2 limit douluo level mortals had passed the trials of Slaughter City, broken through Hell Road, and obtained the slaughter god domain. For the Asura god, this was a joyous occasion. These 2 human powerhouses who had obtained the slaughter god domain were the hope for it to retire and leave the god realm early. The Asura god began to pay attention to Qian Xunji, examining the other party's performance inside Slaughter City. Seeing Qian Xunji's behavior of raising his sword and slaughtering all the fallen ones without a word, the Asura god was somewhat displeased. A person who was too murderous was not suitable for inheriting the Asura god seat and becoming a god realm law enforcer. But when it saw the scene where Qian Xunji rejected the olive branch thrown by the Rakshasa god without hesitation, its view changed quite a bit, and it thought a little higher of Qian Xunji. To be able to resist the temptation of a god position and reject the Rakshasa god's trial, his courage was commendable. The Asura god began to compare the 2 slaughter god domain owners currently on the Douluo continent. Tang Chen and Qian Xunji, both possessed the cultivation of a limit douluo. Qian Xunji possessed a million-year spirit ring, but Tang Chen also possessed a 100,000-year spirit ring. Tang Chen possessed a full set of spirit bones and divine equipment, while Qian Xunji only had one head spirit bone. After a round of comparison, the Asura god appreciated Tang Chen, who had created Ring Explosion and the Haoshan unique skills, more. Although Tang Chen was older, as a generation, he had rich entrepreneurial and management experience. Such a person, inheriting its god position, would quickly be able to take on the work of a god realm law enforcer. In contrast, Qian Xunji, this second generation, had almost no experience in managing subordinates and did not like office work. Letting such a person inherit the Asura god seat, it would not dare hand over the position of god realm law enforcer to the other party to take on. Chapter 10. Obtaining the Asura god trial. One day in the god realm is 1 year on the douluo continent. In just the time it takes to eat a meal, Qian Xunji entered Slaughter City once again. The Asura god observed this and speculated. It seems it knows that Slaughter City is a place of divine inheritance, where one can obtain an Asura god trial and inherit a god position. That a descendant of the angel god would know this was not surprising. However, what surprised the Asura god was that since Qian Xunji intended to inherit a god position, why did it not inherit the god position of its own angel god? Instead, it went to great lengths to come to Slaughter City to seek a god position inheritance. Although it could not guess the other party's thoughts, this was a good thing for it. This was a limit douluo who did not just leave after obtaining the complete slaughter god domain, not merely pursuing power. Since the other party wanted to obtain the Asura god trial and inherit a god position, it did not mind giving the other party a chance. Even though it valued the other possessor of the slaughter god domain more, intending for them to inherit its own Asura god seat and the position of god realm law enforcer. But giving Qian Xunji the Asura god trial first would do no harm. When the time came, it could add an exclusive Asura task to the trial, making Qian Xunji fight Tang Chen, while simultaneously letting Tang Chen know of the trial's existence, causing him to enter Slaughter City again, and then it could simply grant him the Asura god trial. The Asura god did not believe that with 2 limit douluo successors this time, both would still fail, leaving no one to inherit its god position, preventing it from successfully retiring and leaving the god realm to roam the universe. If these 2 native douluo people were not up to the task, then it would only prove that the people of douluo were not up to it. Then it could not be blamed for going to other planes to recruit people to be its successors. For the Asura god trial granted to Qian Xunji, let the first trial be to challenge a limit douluo. The Asura god's purpose was very simple. Currently on the douluo continent, besides Qian Xunji, there were only 2 other limit douluo. One was the high priest of the angel god, who was also Qian Xunji's father, Qian Daoliu. The other was the sect master of the Clear Sky sect, who was also the possessor of the slaughter god domain, Tang Chen. The Asura god believed that Qian Xunji would most likely not challenge his own father, Qian Daoliu, but would instead choose to challenge the other possessor of the slaughter god domain, Tang Chen. It had a beautiful plan. The 2 successors would meet and fight, the other successor would learn the message about inheriting the god position, and would enter Slaughter City a second time. Then it would be able to legitimately grant the god trial. With both of them taking the trial, there would be competition, and only then would there be pressure. Pressure would turn into motivation, and then someone would successfully pass the 9 great divine trials and inherit its god position. Asura god. I am truly clever. Slaughter City, Hell Road. Shortly after Qian Xunji entered this place for the second time, a voice that was imposing without being angry rang in his ears. Asura god successor, you have successfully initiated the Asura god trial. Asura god first trial. Challenge a limit douluo. Qian Xunji took out a mirror and looked at his face, seeing the blood sword mark on his forehead. From this, he was certain that the voice he had just heard was not an auditory hallucination. Since it was not a hallucination, and the mark of the Asura god had suddenly appeared on his forehead, he could be certain that he had indeed obtained the Asura god trial. Having obtained the Asura god trial, Qian Xunji was overjoyed, his lips curled, revealing a smile. Obtaining the Asura god trial meant gaining the entry qualification to become a god king. A god king is the strongest being in the god realm. Their lifespan is infinite, and they can retain their memories even through reincarnation. The first trial is to challenge a limit douluo. Qian Xunji rested his chin in one hand and fell into thought. Challenging a limit douluo, could it be that the Asura god wanted to test his specific strength? Trying to guess the specific thoughts of a superior being who had lived for who knows how many years was meaningless. Challenging a limit douluo, who should he choose to challenge? The high priest of the angel god, Qian Daoliu. Qian Xunji did not want to see him at all, nor did he want to explain a bunch of things to him. Furthermore, seeing Bibi Dong's face annoyed him. Therefore, he would not wear the emperor armor to return to Spirit City to challenge Qian Daoliu, otherwise, he would be swarmed by a group of titled douluo. As for going to the Clear Sky sect to challenge Tang Chen, he would not consider it for now. Tang Chen was a guy who possessed a full set of spirit bones and many self-created spirit abilities. While he could use a kiting strategy to win against him, there were so many people in the Clear Sky sect, and wanting to kill him would surely be very difficult. What's more, the other party also possessed the Slaughter God domain. Qian Xunji worried that a battle between two possessors of the Slaughter God domain would attract the attention of the Asura God. If Tang Chen were to formally initiate the Asura God trial, wouldn't his efforts have been in vain, and all his internal struggle wasted? After thinking it over, it was most cost-effective to go and fight High Priestess Bo Saishi, that wheelchair douluo. First, she was a pure turret mage, weak in melee combat. As long as he succeeded in closing the distance, he was guaranteed to beat her until even the sea god wouldn't recognize her. Second, if he could take the opportunity to kill High Priestess Bo Saishi, he could prevent Tang Chen from searching for a way to become a god for love and initiating the Asura god trial. Third, as long as High Priestess Bo Saishi died, there would be no love-brained limit douluo to sacrifice themselves for Tang San and help him initiate the sea god's 9th trial. By intercepting the Asura god seed and cutting off the sea god's god position, if Tang San could still defy the heavens, change his fate, and become the Tang god king, then he would run away and wander the universe. But Qian Xunji did not believe Tang San's protagonist halo was that strong. As long as he inherited the Asura god seed, if the master of the douluo plane dared to intervene to help Tang San turn danger into safety again, he would replace it. Having decided on the target for the god trial, Qian Xunji left the Hell Road at the fastest speed. Coming outside, he opened the system map to check the specific location of Sea God Island. Wearing the Emperor armor, Qian Xunji leapt up, flying out like a cannonball, heading in the direction of Sea God Island. He dared to head to Sea God Island because he naturally had enough confidence. During his time in Slaughter City, he had obtained the Convergence Cannon, a long-range artillery skill, through check-ins. This was the source of his confidence to dare to go to Sea God Island, challenge High Priestess Bo Saishi to a battle, and potentially kill her by accident. Qian Xunji never denied that High Priestess Bo Saishi, possessing the advantages of terrain and unity of people when fighting on Sea God Island, had extremely powerful combat capabilities. Moreover, he still had a sharp weapon in his hand, the Bloodline Deprivation card. Sea God Island. Inside the Sea God Temple, the light was dim and heavy. High Priestess Bo Saishi, wearing a red robe, stood with her head bowed beneath the towering statue of the sea god, Poseidon. The sea breeze blew through the hall, brushing against the hair at her temples. She clasped her hands over her chest, her expression solemn and pious, chanting prayers in a low voice, praying for the sea god to protect the peace of Sea God Island and safeguard the continuity of the inheritance. In the quiet hall, only the long, drawn-out sound of prayer remained. She sensed that outside Sea God Island, a spirit power aura not weaker than her own was approaching rapidly. High Priestess Bo Saishi opened her beautiful eyes and asked with confusion, a spirit master from the douluo continent. What was a limit douluo with an aura not weaker than hers doing coming to Sea God Island? Could it be that they had obtained the sea god's heart, the vast sea cosmic shroud, received the approval of the sea god, Lord Poseidon, and had come to Sea God Island to undergo the sea god's divine trials? If that were the case, a trace of imperceptible cold light flashed in High Priestess Bo Saixi's eyes. She was still young, still wanted to continue serving the sea god, Lord Poseidon, and did not want to sacrifice herself. Especially not sacrificing herself for a spirit master from the continent. Sea God Island was her home. Who knew how this limit douluo from the douluo continent would treat the residents of Sea God Island after truly inheriting the sea god's god position? High Priestess Bo Saishi had selfish motives and decided to defeat this limit douluo who had come to Sea God Island and retrieve the sea god's heart, the vast sea cosmic shroud. As long as the vast sea cosmic shroud remained within Sea God Island, there was no need to worry about any spirit master from the continent gaining approval and inheriting the sea god's god position. If a resident who grew up on Sea God Island could obtain the approval of the sea god, Lord Poseidon, and receive the 9 divine trials, they would have the possibility of inheriting the sea god's god position. As long as it was one of their own who was qualified to inherit the god position of the sea god, Lord Poseidon, what did it matter if she, High Priestess Bo Saishi, sacrificed herself? Chapter 11. Ambushed during flight. Sea God Island floated amidst the azure sea. Under the sunlight, the white, fine grains of sand on the beach shimmered with silver light like tiny crystals. Upon arriving here, the first thing one felt was the serenity. The sea and sky were the same color, and seagulls soared in competition. The sky was deep blue, a blue that was vast, pure, and transparent. High Priestess Bo Saishi left the sea god temple, hovering 100 meters in the air, holding the scepter that symbolized her status as High Priestess. The scepter was a genuine semi-divine artifact, crafted by the first sea god, Poseidon, and bestowed upon the first sea god High Priestess before he ascended to the god realm. Successive sea god High Priestesses, when wielding the scepter and illuminated by the sea god's light of Sea God Island, could significantly increase their combat power. High Priestess Bo Saishi watched the figure approaching from afar. With lightning speed, she raised her hand to draw upon the power of the sea. Blue light suddenly erupted around her, and a colossal phantom of the sea god rose from the ocean surface. A trident enveloped in towering waves appeared, and its oppressive pressure instantly blanketed the entire Sea God Island. Seeing the High Priestess summon the sea god spirit, the residents of Sea God Island knelt down in prayer. To be able to witness the massive phantom of the sea god spirit was truly a life worth living. The several sacred pillar douluos and demon soul great white shark King Xiaobai did not possess mental force as powerful as High Priestess Bo Saixi's. They also lacked the sea god spirit and could not sense Qian Xunji, who was flying in the sky in the distance and steadily approaching Sea God Island. They were puzzled as to why the High Priestess had suddenly summoned the sea god spirit and appeared as if facing a formidable enemy. 8th Spirit Ability, Sea God's Light. Sea God's Light was a support-type spirit ability that could have the consumption of High Priestess Bo Saixi's first 7 spirit abilities, increase their power and speed by 300%, and triple her mental force. Facing a limit douluo powerhouse, High Priestess Bo Saishi naturally dared not lower her guard. The sea god domain unfolded accordingly. She converted the power of the sea into offensive power, using the strength of the sea god domain to unleash the might of the entire ocean, launching a saturated long-range bombardment. 5 kilometers away from Sea God Island, at an altitude of 1,000 meters, Qian Xunji faced the seawater bombardment suddenly attacking from the ocean below and dodged it with a cobra maneuver. His gaze turned toward High Priestess Bo Saishi in the distance, who was holding her scepter and continuously mobilizing the power of the sea to launch attacks at him. Why is this sea god High Priestess suddenly attacking me? He wondered to himself. But faced with the incoming seawater cannons, Qian Xunji did not overthink it. Instead, he flew in a serpentine maneuver, focusing on dodging the attacks. To deal with an enemy like High Priestess Bo Saishi, who could obtain the power of the sea and replenish her own spirit power by condensing the sea god domain, one must win quickly. In a protracted war or a war of attrition, even though he possessed a spirit core and a spirit power recovery speed far exceeding that of an average limit douluo, he could not outlast her. However, High Priestess Bo Saishi kept hiding within Sea God Island, protected by the sea god's light, which made things somewhat difficult. The distance was too great, and the bloodline deprivation card could not be used either. Qian Xunji felt stumped when facing High Priestess Bo Saishi. And High Priestess Bo Saishi likewise felt stumped when facing Qian Xunji, who flew at extreme speeds and swayed unpredictably in the air. How slippery, she pursed her lips and muttered. High Priestess Bo Saishi unleashed her 6th spirit ability. This was a spirit ability that could form a black hole water tornado, sucking the opponent into a closed space. It was a noble spatial ability. But High Priestess Bo Saishi was surprised to find that the spirit ability she unleashed simply could not hit Qian Xunji. The limit douluo before her, who appeared to be wearing heavy full-body armor, was unexpectedly agile. Moreover, to dodge her saturated bombardment, he kept increasing his flight altitude. After only 2 rounds of attacks, the opponent had gone from the original altitude of 1,000 meters to 3,000 meters, and his flight altitude was still climbing. The higher the opponent flew, the more High Priestess Bo Saishi had to use more spirit abilities to deal with him, consuming more mental force. Furthermore, her method of attacking with spirit abilities involved drawing sea god divine force from the ocean to form seawater cannons to attack upward. This resulted in the fact that the higher Qian Xunji flew, the longer it took for her attacks to reach him, and she would also pay the price of having the power weakened. This gave the opponent more time to react and dodge. This made High Priestess Bo Saishi very annoyed. She was very disdainful of people who did not dare to come onto the open sea to fight her. Qian Xunji did not know what High Priestess Bo Saishi was thinking, and even if he did, he would only disregard the thoughts of irrelevant people. Once the flight altitude reaches 8,000 meters, High Priestess Bo Saixi's attacks won't be able to reach me, Qian Xunji commented. This altitude was also almost reaching the limit of his flight height. Any higher, and that would be 10,000 meters in the air. In the douluo era, this was a flight altitude that only the 3 gods in the Battle of Jialing Pass could reach. Qian Xunji looked down from above, overlooking Sea God Island, his eyes narrowing as he fixed his gaze on High Priestess Bo Saishi, who was holding her scepter, gritting her teeth, and looking furious. Qian Daoliu, who possessed the 6-winged angel martial soul, was known as the Invincible One in the sky among the 3 great limit douluos of the douluo era. On the open sea, High Priestess Bo Saishi was indeed the strongest existence among the 3 great limit douluos. But that was limited to the sea. With the geographical advantage of Sea God Island, even Qian Runshui, who had reached level 100 and become a god, did not have absolute certainty that she could take Sea God Island, which was guarded by High Priestess Bo Saishi. It seems that if I want to kill High Priestess Bo Saishi, I need to plan carefully, Qian Xunji thought. 9th Soul Skill, Sea God Imprisonment. Facing Qian Xunji, who had flown to a high altitude where ordinary attack methods could not reach, High Priestess Bo Saishi angrily unleashed her ultimate move. Sea God Imprisonment was an extremely powerful imprisonment skill that could seal the opponent's spirit power, making them unable to use spirit power for the rest of their life. When cast, it would summon countless rays of light from the sky, forming sea chains to attack the opponent. This skill was a locking-type spirit ability, impossible to dodge. A cruel smile appeared on High Priestess Bo Saixi's face. She originally did not want to use this move against an enemy. But who told Qian Xunji to fly to a height her attacks could not reach, with such fast flight speed and flight movements that were unpredictable? As for Qian Xunji being hit by Sea God Imprisonment and falling to his death from the high altitude after his spirit power was sealed. So what? If he wasn't a believer of the Sea God, then he died, and that was that. She only needed to retrieve the Sea God's heart after the opponent died. But what High Priestess Bo Saishi never expected was that her ultimate move actually passed through Qian Xunji's body. The attack was ineffective, which took her by surprise. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Apart from terrifying existences like the deep-sea demon Whale King, no one could ignore the Sea God Imprisonment. Even if the deep-sea demon Whale King was hit by her Sea God Imprisonment move, he would definitely not feel good. Yet the Qian Xunji before her had so easily neutralized her Sea God Imprisonment. Angel Wings, similar to Xiao Wu's invulnerability skill, could completely immunize against physical attacks. The sea chains summoned by High Priestess Bo Saixi's Sea God Imprisonment were, in essence, still physical attacks. Qian Xunji dared to use the spirit ability Angel Wings to neutralize Sea God Imprisonment, thanks to the system's identification function, which analyzed the ability of this special spirit ability, Sea God Imprisonment, and the countermeasures for it. Otherwise, if he had been hit, it would have been troublesome. Having his spirit power sealed and falling from an altitude of 8,000 meters wouldn't necessarily kill him, but it certainly wouldn't feel good either. But breaking the seal would be quite troublesome. Qian Xunji raised the golden sword in his hand, a golden pentagram magic circle appeared under his feet, and a large amount of spirit power within his body gathered and converged into a golden ball of light. Chapter 12. 9th Soul Skill, Summon Sea God. The originally clear sky was pressed by black clouds under the influence of High Priestess Bo Saixi's spirit ability. In the eyes of the ordinary residents of Sea God Island, this ability to change the weather was a miracle. Demon Soul Great White Shark King Xiaobai transformed and arrived at the shore. Although she was a 100,000-year spirit beast, the gap in strength between her and a limit douluo was immense. She had previously seen High Priestess Bo Saishi leave the Sea God Temple, summon her Sea God spirit, use the Sea God domain, and suddenly launch an attack on the enemy. She had thought that by relying on the gifted power of the Sea God, she could easily repel the enemy. Even now, Demon Soul Great White Shark King Xiaobai had not clearly seen what it was that could cause High Priestess Bo Saishi, the High Priestess of the Sea God, to go to such great lengths. She had even used her 9th soul skill. What kind of existence is fighting the High Priestess? The old Sea Witch asked in surprise. Xiaobai shook her head and waved her hands, speaking bluntly, "Don't ask me, I don't know, but I can be certain it is not the Deep Sea Demon Whale King. The opponent is no ordinary powerhouse. Their flying altitude has reached a terrifying 8,000 meters, Sea Dragon Douluo said with palpitations. At an altitude of 8,000 meters, even a titled douluo with a flying spirit could not reach such a height. As for whether a limit douluo with a flying spirit could reach it, he, Sea Dragon, was unsure. Sea God Island had never produced a limit douluo with a flying spirit. Facing this scene of a battle between limit douluo powerhouses from across the distance, even they, the powerhouses on Sea God Island with titled douluo combat strength, could not even watch the battle properly. The sea breeze blew, fluttering High Priestess Bo Saixi's long hair. Lifting her head, with the support of her mental force, her gaze pierced through the clouds, staring fixedly at Qian Xunji. This was a limit douluo powerhouse wearing golden armor, his face obscured. She saw the opponent stepping on a magic circle, a golden ball of spirit power gathering in front of him. From that golden ball of spirit power, which radiated light and fire, High Priestess Bo Saishi felt a crisis. A fatal crisis that made one's pupils quake. As expected of someone favored by Lord Sea God Poseidon, she praised in her heart. She was not praising Qian Xunji's performance that exceeded her expectations or his powerful strength. As the most devout believer of Lord Sea God Poseidon, and as the High Priestess of the Sea God, even when praising, High Priestess Bo Saishi would only praise Lord Sea God Poseidon for his good judgment. She raised her scepter high, mobilizing the power of the ocean to raise a massive wave in front of her, turning it into a water wall to block Qian Xunji's convergence cannon. The golden beam of light descended from the sky, piercing through the clouds, carrying unparalleled destructive power as it bombarded Sea God Island. This scene made the uninformed residents of Sea God Island believe it was another miracle from the Sea God. Lord Sea God has manifested. Praise Lord Sea God. Welcome, Sea God, may you reign for 10,000 generations, wipe out all evil, and unify the ocean. What kind of move is this? Why do I feel like my life is in danger? Xiaobai said in fear. Sea Dragon Douluo hurriedly commanded, quickly use your strongest offensive spirit ability to weaken the power of the golden beam. The 7 sacred pillar douluos, plus a 100,000-year spirit beast, all used their strongest long-range spirit abilities, striking toward the beam of light. But their spirit abilities hit the beam of light without causing any effect at all. Even the massive water wall raised by High Priestess Bo Saishi began to vaporize upon contact with the golden beam. This is high temperature heating the seawater into water vapor, High Priestess Bo Saishi exclaimed in surprise. In disbelief and powerlessness, she watched her defensive water wall being pierced through bit by the golden beam. High Priestess Bo Saishi gritted her teeth, hardened her resolve, and holding the High Priestess's scepter, she directly took the hit of the golden beam. The moment the High Priestess's scepter made contact with the convergence cannon, an explosion occurred. Explosion is art. The golden ball of light, radiating terrifying high temperatures, was constantly expanding. It swallowed the beach of Sea God Island and the forest beside it. The shockwave from the explosion sent massive rocks flying, crushing the old sea witch to death. Countless residents inside the island who were kneeling and praying were blown away by the shockwave, some died, and some were injured. In an instant, casualties on Sea God Island exceeded half of the population. Under the protection of the Sea God's light, although High Priestess Bo Saishi did not successfully withstand the convergence cannon, she was blown away, severely injured, and fell to the ground, but she was not knocked unconscious. After struggling to get up from the ground, High Priestess Bo Saishi looked around and saw the tragic state of the island's residents. While feeling self-reproach, her eyes turned red, and she breathed heavily like an ox. Ninth soul skill, Sea God Summon. A massive phantom of the sea god stood above Sea God Island. The divine light of the sea god spread, soothing people's hearts. The sea god summoned from the god realm by the ninth soul skill used by the high priestess of the sea god, while not his true body, was a divine consciousness with self-awareness. With a sweep of his divine consciousness, seeing whales everywhere in the place of inheritance, he was furious. That damned guy actually dared to act wildly on the sea god's territory, slaughtering sea god believers on a large scale. When the sea god's gaze turned to the high altitude, to the figure wearing the emperor armor, he was stunned. Angel descendant, Asura successor. What is going on? Why does my head feel like it's buzzing? If Xunji were just an angel descendant, killing him would be fine. Slaughtering sea god believers on a large scale, if he killed such a villain, who would dare to object? But if he dared to touch the Asura successor, Poseidon, the Asura blood sword would come to chop me in the next second. He knew all too well how much that old guy, the Asura god, wanted to retire. Poseidon's divine consciousness swept again, figuring out the current situation. Looking down from above, he glanced at his high priestess and instantly felt a headache. His own high priestess had struck first, he was in the wrong. But he couldn't let Xunji continue to use a divine skill like the convergence cannon to bombard Sea God Island. If Sea God Island were ruined, how would he find a suitable successor, pass down his god position, and run away from this plague-ridden god realm? The Asura god wanted to run away. Did he, the sea god, not want to? Asura successor, there is a misunderstanding here. Give me some face and stop. Lord Sea God Poseidon's majestic voice reached the ears of the furious High Priestess Bo Saishi. It instantly dispelled High Priestess Bo Saixi's state of rage. She was extremely confused. Isn't this armored man the sea god successor? How did he become the Asura successor? Did I make a mistake? How is that possible? High Priestess Bo Saishi did not believe she was in the wrong first. Even if there was a mistake, it was because Xunji suddenly arrived at Sea God Island, causing her to misjudge the situation. High Priestess Bo Saishi, the one who is wrong is not me, but Xunji. I have won this battle between limit douluos, Xunji said, casting his gaze toward the massive sea god phantom. He stopped the action of continuing to fire the convergence cannon and asked while retracting his spirit. Power. God Realm, Sea God Temple. Lord Sea God Poseidon's true body had synchronized senses with the divine consciousness summoned down by High Priestess Bo Saishi. Upon hearing Xunji say, I have won this battle between limit douluos, he flashed to the Asura God Temple. Asura, what was the first god trial you gave your successor? Ah, the sea god has come, uninvited, just to ask me this. The Asura god smiled smugly. How is it? My successor is quite good, isn't he? He boasted. Lord Sea God Poseidon really wanted to say, you only know how to show off, but his strength did not allow him to. Asura, answer my question first. Simply a challenge against a limit douluo. My successor has only just broken through to limit douluo recently, and I wanted to know how his strength measures up. I really didn't expect him to go and challenge your high priestess, and even force your high priestess to summon you to fight on her behalf. Clearly, your high priestess has such a great advantage on Sea God Island that even if a god official descended, they might not necessarily win. On the surface, the Asura god spoke like this, showing off his successor to the sea god and watching the sea god get frustrated, all in high spirits. But in his heart, he felt displeased because Xunji had not acted according to his expectations. Chapter 13 Poseidon. Where did this overachiever come from? Asura god trial. First trial. Challenge a limit douluo and complete it. Reward. 10% Asura divine force affinity. Upon hearing this, Xunji felt relieved. His gaze passed through the giant phantom of the sea god and looked at Bo Saishi, who was lying on the ground. Although he hadn't achieved the goal of killing Bo Saishi, the most important thing was that the first Asura god trial was completed, and the affinity for Asura divine force was now in his hands. Unlike Tang San, who needed Xiao Wu to act as a scabbard and use a fusion skill to wield the power of the Asura god position, Xunji's future self would be able to use the full power of the Asura god alone. Although he preferred to create his own god position rather than inherit another's, clearly, Douluo continent did not possess the conditions for such a thing. Even if he collected enough faith power, he could only condense a first-tier god position. To become a god king, one needed great opportunity to make it possible. The sea god phantom dissipated. Countless believers on Sea God Island shouted out, "Respectfully send off Lord Sea God." After High Priestess Bo Saishi respectfully sent off the sea god, she raised her head and glared angrily at Xunji. It was all this bastard's fault that Lord Sea God Poseidon had become dissatisfied with her. Why couldn't he just stay on the continent instead of coming to Sea God Island? Asura God Trial Second Trial. Within 1 month, kill 9 100,000-year spirit beasts. Hearing the content of the second Asura God trial, Xunji remembered that in the original story, Tang San also had similar trial content. However, didn't Tang San's trial only require hunting 3 100,000-year spirit beasts? Why was it 9 for him? Could it be that the Asura God trial issued different content based on the strength of the examinee? Xunji did not overthink it. Guessing the thoughts of a superior being who had lived for who knows how long was a foolish thing to do. Different levels of life lead to different ways of thinking. If you asked an ant to guess human thoughts, the ant would never be able to figure it out. It was fortunate that he was not a native of Douluo continent. If it were a native of Douluo continent accepting this trial, they probably wouldn't even be able to find the tracks of 9 100,000-year spirit beasts. Near the Lake of Life in the Stardow Great Forest, there was more than just 9 100,000-year spirit beasts living there. Xiao Wu's family of 4 were all 100,000-year spirit beasts. If Xiao Wu's father were still alive, that would be 5 100,000-year spirit beasts. Add in the 100,000-year Death Spider Emperor and the 100,000-year Blue Silver Emperor, and that would be 7. Suddenly, having thought of something, Xunji cast his gaze toward the humanoid transformed demon soul Great White Shark King Xiaobai. He thought to himself, isn't there a ready-made 100,000-year spirit beast right here? Sea spirit beasts are also spirit beasts. There must be quite a few 100,000-year sea spirit beasts in the ocean. But the ocean was too vast, and entering the seawater would significantly reduce his strength. Known 100,000-year sea spirit beasts were all gregarious creatures. But a 100,000-year demon soul Great White Shark that didn't stay properly in the sea and ran to land in human form, it would be a waste not to kill her. Having settled on his target for the first kill, Xunji sprang into action. He unleashed a foot technique descending from the sky, his entire body enveloped in golden flames. There's a ball of fire in the sky, Demon soul Great White Shark King Xiaobai looked up, saw the spectacle, and quipped. Then, the more she looked, the more something felt wrong. The ball of fire was getting bigger and closer. Finally, she reacted. It's coming for me. As soon as the words fell, Xunji's iron boot, carrying golden flames, kicked her on the neck. With a crack, bones shattered. Demon soul Great White Shark King Xiaobai perished. Before the red light of the 100,000-year spirit ring could illuminate the entire Sea God Island, her body was collected by Xunji. A fatal strike, body retrieved, all in one smooth motion. Then Xunji slipped away. He flew extremely fast, not giving Bo Saishi any time to react or summon the sea god again. Asura successor, you killed my Sea God Island's guardian beast, this is not over between us. Bo Saixi's eyes were bloodshot, she was panting like an ox, and her gaze was fixed on the rapidly receding Xunji. If she weren't unable to catch up to Xunji, she would have long since pursued him and used her 9th soul skill to summon Lord Sea God Poseidon down from the God Realm to fight on her behalf. God Realm, Asura God Temple. Sea God Poseidon hadn't left yet and saw the live broadcast of Xunji killing his mother shark from the water curtain. He said angrily, "My mother shark, my mount. Asura, don't tell me that the death of my mother shark has something to do with the second god trial you gave out." The second god trial given by this seat only limited the successor to killing 9 100,000-year spirit beasts within a month. The Asura god spread his 6 hands, indicating that he was innocent. What the successor did, what did it have to do with him? The successor only needed to complete the god trial content, but he had to consider many things. Upon hearing the Asura god's buck-passing rhetoric, Poseidon felt helpless. He could only swallow his anger and leave the Asura god temple. Returning to the Sea God Temple, Poseidon rested his chin on one hand and fell into thought. That old fellow, the Asura god, got lucky and encountered a very good successor. There was a high probability he could inherit his god position. It was impossible to target Qian Xunji just because a former mount was killed. But doing nothing and swallowing a bitter pill wasn't his style either. Suddenly, he thought of the fact that there was another holder of the slaughter god domain on douluo continent, wasn't there? This holder of the slaughter god domain was also a level 99 limit douluo, but had not yet officially started the Asura god trial. Asura, you already have one official successor, so you shouldn't mind if I snatch the other one away, right? Poseidon smirked and said. The Asura god wanted to ditch him, happily inherit the god position alone, and leave the god realm to live it up in the universe. It was simply not acting like a god. Suddenly, sea god Poseidon felt that his own god trial content had disappeared. He immediately cast his gaze down to examine the situation. It didn't matter if he didn't look, but upon looking, he didn't know what to say. The content of his third sea god trial, the evil spirit Orca King, had been hunted by Qian Xunji. Along with the evil spirit Orca King's subordinates, dozens of 10,000-year evil spirit orcas were all killed, and their bodies were collected. Poseidon frowned, the corners of his mouth twitching. Where did this overachiever come from? He remarked. Within a single day, the other party first fought a battle with his sea god high priestess, completing the first Asura god trial. The other party accepted the second Asura god trial, and after reading the content, immediately moved to kill his mount, the demon soul great white shark king, before flying away from Sea God Island at high speed. Then, on the way back to douluo continent, the other party happened to encounter the evil spirit Orca King leading its subordinates to forage, and directly moved to hunt the entire evil spirit Orca tribe. He didn't rest throughout the whole process, he was either fighting or on the way to fight. The most important thing was that these three things were actually completed within one day. After hunting the evil spirit Orcus, he didn't even rest, continuing his journey and flying toward douluo continent. If my believers were this hardworking and striving when they cultivated, that would be great. Poseidon sighed and said gloomily. He was dissatisfied with his believers. If the believers aren't hardworking, the god position can't be passed down. He had to come to the continent to find a person of destiny. This was the general situation regarding the loss of the Sea God Island relic, the Sea God's heart, the vast sea cosmic shroud, which had drifted to douluo continent. Of course, there was also a small intention of collecting the continent's faith to raise the level of the Sea God position. Chapter 14. Siblings, three beasts, all present. Sunrise, the red sun rises in the east. The world alternates between light and dark. A golden streak of light came from the ocean, piercing the sky, flying towards the east at a speed exceeding the speed of sound. Douluo continent. After hunting and retrieving the evil spirit Orca King, Qian Xunji did not stop for a moment, flying back to douluo continent. My luck is not bad. On the way back to douluo continent, I was actually able to encounter this 100,000-year spirit beast, the evil spirit Orca King, he thought happily. Killing the demon soul great white shark King Xiaobai and the evil spirit Orca King, these two 100,000-year spirit beasts. The goal of killing 9 100,000-year spirit beasts has currently seen 2 completed. But even with such fast mission progress, Qian Xunji dared not let his guard down. The Asura God trial, of course, the earlier it is completed, the better. As for resting well, that must wait until all Asura God trials are completed, the Asura God seat is inherited, and life is no longer in danger. Otherwise, living in constant fear, unable to sleep peacefully, fearing being killed by some ungrateful wretch, and even having his soul devoured. While flying, he passed by Spirit City. Qian Xunji just glanced sideways, having no intention of returning at all. Right now, I only want to become a god. I have no time to deal with those foolish people and foolish matters. Skipping over Spirit City, he plunged into the lush vegetation of the Stardow Great Forest. Deep within the Stardow Great Forest, the Lake of Life lay quietly among the mountains. The lake water was as clear as a polished emerald, transparent and bright, with a hazy pale golden mist floating on the surface, pure life energy slowly circulating. The lakeside was surrounded by exotic flowers and rare herbs, full of vitality. The ancient tree of life in the center of the lake dropped branches and leaves of flowing light, casting soft light onto the lake's surface. The entire secret realm was quiet and distant, lingering everywhere with rich and gentle life energy, as if it were a fairyland outside the world. Originally, Xiao Wu's family of 4 lived here. But because Xiao Wu's mother was nearing her tribulation, she transformed into a human and left the Stardo Great Forest, heading to the human world. Now, the only 100,000-year spirit beasts living here were the 3 siblings, Xiao Wu and the others. At this moment, it was feeding time. The 100,000-year spirit beast, the soft bones rabbit Xiao Wu, was as sturdy as a yak. Leading her rabbit descendants, she opened her large mouth, revealing her rabbit teeth, and gnawed continuously on the blue-silver grass. The soft bones rabbit not only liked to eat the leaves of the blue-silver grass but also preferred to dig into the soil to eat the roots of the blue-silver grass. The roots of the blue-silver grass were crispy when eaten, delicious and good for grinding teeth. They were the favorite of the soft bones rabbits. Therefore, under Xiao Wu's leadership, wherever the soft bones rabbit army passed, the blue-silver grass there would face a catastrophe and be buried in the rabbits' mouths. If it weren't for the magical nature of the Stardo Great Forest and its abundant life force, with plant growth speeds far exceeding normal levels, the blue-silver grass growing here would not be enough for Xiao Wu and the others to destroy. The grassland would turn into a wasteland. The soft bones rabbit army led by Xiao Wu could feed happily without being disturbed by the outside world, all thanks to Meng, the 100,000-year Titan giant ape, who provided protection and deterred those carnivorous spirit beasts that preyed on soft bones rabbits. For Meng, this sycophantic beast, being able to stay by big sister Xiao Wu's side and live together was enough. It watched big sister Xiao Wu eat, excrete, sleep, and fight spirit beasts beautifully. Meng, this is a happy and joyful life. It was a pity that cross-species reproduction was impossible, otherwise, it would really want to have a crystallization of love with big sister Xiao Wu. Meng imagined this in its head. Perhaps in the future, if it transformed into a human together with big sister Xiao Wu and combined as humans, they could give birth to the crystallization of their love. Meng put its index finger into its mouth. While thinking, a large amount of liquid secreted from its mouth flowed out. Just as Meng was distracted by its fantasy, Xunji arrived. At this moment, his flying altitude was about 300 meters from the ground. 9th soul skill, spirit detection activated. Why are there only 3? He asked softly, feeling puzzled in his heart. Xiao Wu's parents were not there, there were only the 3 siblings. For Xunji, this was not good news. As a limit douluo, even if it were 1 against 5, he could quickly resolve the battle and kill the 5 100,000-year spirit beasts that combined to deal with him. But now, the 100,000-year spirit beasts gathered here were only 3. The actual number was not even the 4 originally predicted. Even if he killed the 3 Xiao Wu siblings, that would only be 5 100,000-year spirit beasts killed. Even if he went to the blue-silver forest to kill the blue-silver emperor Yin, that would only be 5. What was he supposed to do about the missing 4 100,000-year spirit beasts? The Death Spider Emperor's whereabouts were unknown. Aru didn't know where she had run off to after transforming. Xunji's eyes rolled, and he swept a glance at the Lake of Life before withdrawing his gaze. Deep in the Lake of Life, there was a different world, inhabited by several fierce beasts over 200,000 years old. Killing them would indeed be enough to complete the second Asura God trial, the content of which was to kill 9 100,000-year spirit beasts within 1 month. Not to mention the Silver Dragon. King, just talk about Tian, who possessed the Dragon God Claw and the Yin-Yang complementary dual spirit cores. Xunji rubbed his chin, feeling that he might not be able to defeat this foreign dragon right now. Not to mention Xiangjun and Wanyao Wang, these 2 fierce beasts whose combat power reached the limit douluo level. And there was even Bai Ji, the continent's #1 healer. Plus Kai Wang, Ziji, Yao Ling, and other fierce beasts. This combat power was fiercer than Spirit Hall combined with the upper 3 sects. Before inheriting the Asura God seat, he had better not cause trouble for himself by provoking the fierce beasts in the great fierce land of the Stardo Great Forest. Xunji, who liked to kill enemies without getting hurt, still used his 4th soul ability, Angel Light Blade, condensing dozens of golden short swords to kill enemies with sword control. To deal with the thick-skinned 100,000-year spirit beasts, relying solely on this 1,000-year spirit ability was not enough. The 6th soul ability, Angelic Sacred Sword, was activated, and a golden vortex appeared in front of his palm, with a golden light sword gradually appearing in the center of the vortex. The angelic sacred sword was a long-range single-target attack skill. Once this light sword was released, it could exist for a long time until the spirit power within the light sword dissipated. Qian Xunji could remotely control this light sword to attack the opponent. A spirit ability of nearly 30,000 years had enough power to break through the defenses of a 100,000-year spirit beast and cause effective damage to them. Attacking areas with weak physical defenses could even kill a 100,000-year spirit beast. Qian Xunji relied on remotely controlling the angelic sacred sword to give the evil spirit Orca King a sword-swallowing move, destroying the opponent's internal organs from the inside, thereby successfully killing the opponent. Of course, frequently using this move to kill enemies with sword control was mainly because it was cool and easy. Dozens of golden short swords were in front, attracting all of Xiao Wu's attention. The golden light sword went around the back, spinning at high speed, sneaking an attack, piercing into the rear garden like a 1,000-year kill. Ah! Xiao Wu cried out in pain, spitting out the spinning golden sword. With her internal organs destroyed and massive bleeding from both front and back, Xiao Wu died, and a bright red spirit ring floated into the air. Big sister Xiao Wu. Seeing Xiao Wu fall and die, Meng's eyes turned red, and it panted like an ox. Dead, dead, its beloved big sister Xiao Wu was dead. Meng pounded its chest and looked up, letting out a roar. With its ape mouth wide open, exposing its weakness, Qian Xunji seized the opportunity, controlled the sword into its mouth, mashed its internal organs, and blood bloomed from its rear. At this time, Meng, the azure bull python in the lake of life, heard the siblings' screams and poked its bull head out. As soon as the bull head came out of the water, before it had time to observe the situation around it, it was hit by a 990,000-year Tian Meng Iceworm spirit bone skill, soul shock. Ah! Meng had just opened its mouth to scream when the golden light sword entered its mouth, violently attacking its internal organs. After killing the three beasts, Qian Xunji quickly retrieved the bodies, spirit rings, and spirit bone, and left the Lake of Life. From the Lake of Life, he felt a dragon's might. This unclear and indescribable dragon's might gave him a very dangerous feeling. This made him vigilant, and he decisively learned from Senior Han and joined the running group. He left this dangerous place at high speed. The world is vast, but one's own life is the most important. Chapter 15. Far North, I'm back. The far north was filled with swirling snow. It was shrouded in ice and snow year-round, a paradise for ice-type spirit beasts and a forbidden zone for humans. At this moment, across the boundless, snow-covered ice plain, the injured ice plain wolf emperor led a frantic run, its paws leaving prints in the snow as its subjects followed closely behind. The ice plain wolf emperor was deeply puzzled. Less than a year had passed. The quasi-titled douluo who had once come to the far north only to be chased by it had actually returned, having staged a counterattack with the cultivation of a 99th rank limit douluo, now chasing it in return. If time could be reversed, it would never have focused solely on satisfying its hunger by eating soft bones rabbit meat. It would have relentlessly pursued and killed this human spirit master to eliminate any future trouble. It would not be in today's predicament. Qian Xunji flew in midair, controlling his golden short sword to hunt down the ice plain wolf emperor. He did this merely for revenge. He recalled when he first entered the far north to search for the Tianmeng Iceworm, only to be chased twice by the ice plain wolf emperor and its subordinates. Back then, he was just a puny quasi-titled douluo who hadn't even mastered the ability to fly, forced to run for his life across the snow. In this world where the weak are prey to the strong, being bullied when weak was one thing. But now, he was a 99th rank limit douluo, had mastered flight, and could skillfully utilize various combat spirit abilities. Having returned to the far north and encountered the ice plain wolf emperor, how could he not take proper revenge? Isn't so-called fairness just treating others the way they treated you? However, after chasing the ice plain wolf emperor for 10 minutes, Qian Xunji felt bored. He immediately used his 8th spirit ability, Angel's Roar, a crowd control skill. After one roar, the pack of wolves collapsed onto the snow. Qian Xunji used his mental force to manipulate the golden short sword to deliver the finishing blows to the ice plain wolves, then stepped forward to collect their bodies, spirit rings, and spirit bones one by one, storing them in his system space. By killing the 100,000-year spirit beast, the ice plain wolf emperor, he had completed 6 out of the 900,000-year spirit beasts required for the second trial of the Asura God trial within 1 month. 3 targets remained for the mission. The far north had the 3 heavenly kings and 1 ice bear king, all of which were fierce beasts with lifespans exceeding 100,000 years. Killing 3 of them would allow him to pass the second Asura trial. But fighting the Snow Empress in the far north, that was no different from fighting High Priestess Bo Saishi on Sea God Island. The Snow Empress wasn't a squishy mage like Bo Saishi who could only sit in a wheelchair and play with turrets, unable to fight in melee. Although when it came to long-range bombardment, Qian Zunji, possessing the convergence cannon skill, certainly wouldn't be afraid. Who feared whom? It would just be a matter of whose range was longer and whose power was greater. But fighting the Snow Empress would draw out the Ice Empress, 1 mature woman and 1 lowly combining to use a fusion skill. There is a risk of being frozen. Qian Zunji shook his head. If he fought the Ice Empress, the Snow Empress would definitely arrive immediately. As for relying on a sneak attack to one-shot the Ice Empress, a fierce beast with a cultivation of over 300,000 years, covered in diamond armor, and possessing extremely high defense, that was almost impossible. Unless he used the convergence cannon to give her a shot. But using the convergence cannon for a sneak attack, what was he thinking? With such a large magic circle and the commotion of spirit power compression, it would be strange if she didn't sense the danger. Someone who couldn't sense danger could probably sit at the kids' table with the Tian Meng Iceworm, who only knew how to eat and sleep. I remember that when the original douluo described the Titan Snow Demon clan, it mentioned that there was more than just the Titan Snow Demon King as a spirit beast with a lifespan exceeding 100,000 years within the clan. Qian Zunji whispered softly. After speaking, he began to act, his flight altitude continuously climbing as he flew toward the Titan Snow Demon gathering place indicated on the system map. The Titan Snow Demon gathering place was located within the Ice God mountain range. Claiming to be descendants of the Ice God, they naturally had to reside in this place named after the Ice God. As the tallest humanoid creatures on land, a newborn Titan Snow Demon cub was already 10 meters tall, and once an adult, its height would exceed 50 meters. Many Ultramen were less than 50 meters tall. As the king of the clan, the Titan Snow Demon King Atai was over 100 meters tall. And those reaching a height of 80 meters were Titan Snow Demons with cultivation lifespans exceeding 100,000 years. And at this moment, in the Titan Snow Demon gathering place, there was such an individual over 80 meters tall. The system identified it as merely a nameless 100,000-year Titan Snow Demon individual, not the so-called Titan Snow Demon King Atai, one of the 3 heavenly kings of the far north. Seeing this, Qian Zunji's eyes lit up. It wasn't the Titan Snow Demon King, but an extra 100,000-year spirit beast, a good thing. Taking advantage of the moment the opponent was eating a mammoth alive, he unleashed a leg technique descending from the sky. Qian Zunji's entire body was wrapped in a ball of golden light, radiating high heat, descending from the sky like a meteorite and striking the ground at an extremely fast speed. The 100,000-year Titan Snow Demon, busy eating, suddenly sensed danger descending. Just as it stopped eating, it received a heavy blow to the back of its head. With a crunch, its skull shattered. When its brain was smashed, the Titan Snow Demon died. Before the body had even fallen, the bright red spirit ring had just emerged, and it was immediately collected by Qian Zunji along with the spirit bone and stored in the system space. The Titan Snow Demons in the gathering place, seeing their kin hunted by a human, roared in anger one after another. For a time, roars rose and fell. But Qian Zunji had killed it with 1 strike, and after collecting his target, he quickly slipped away. He had no intention of staying behind to waste time with the rest of the Titan Snow Demons. It wasn't that he couldn't beat them, but there was no need to waste time. Everything was prioritized around completing the Asura God trial. The Ice Bear was a spirit beast designed based on the polar bear. They mainly lived in the sea ice regions of the far north near the coast. The thick sea ice was not only their platform for walking but also their hunting ground. And at this moment, on the ice layer near the sea, 2 giant beasts were clashing. Open black lens bracket name, Titan Snow Demon King Atai close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket name, Ice Bear King Xiaobai close black lens bracket. The character identification automatically popped up by the system let Qian Zunji know the origins of the 2 giant beasts before him. One of them was the Titan Snow Demon King Atai, who had fallen from being a pursuer of the Snow Empress to a simp. The other was the Snow Empress's adopted son, the Ice Bear King Xiaobai. Qian Zunji restrained his aura and hid in the clouds. He prepared to reap the benefits of the snipe and clam fighting. After the two giant beasts were both injured, he would then step in to hunt them both and complete the second trial of the Asura God trial. Taking advantage of the break while watching the battle, he took out a hot rujamo and started eating. Paired with a bowl of Northwest lamb broth, it was delicious. When the two beasts had fought for 300 rounds, were covered in wounds, their spirit power nearly exhausted, and it was time to stop and spout threats. Qian Zunji made his move, still using his familiar ultra-high-speed sneak attack, against which both humans and spirit beasts were defenseless. The Titan Snow Demon King Atai looked down at Xiaobai and revealed a victor's smug smile. Today, considering you are the adopted son of my beloved Snow Empress, I won't kill you. Bullshit. The Ice Bear King Xiaobai started to retort, but before it could finish, it felt a wave of dizziness, feeling as if its head were about to explode. Before passing out and dying, it saw the scene of Atai's head being severed by a beam of golden light. And it also became a bear that couldn't find its head. Who is it? Who killed my adopted son? A cold voice rang out from the deepest part of the far north. Qian Zunji knew who the owner of this voice was. After collecting the bodies, spirit rings, and spirit bones of the two beasts, he decisively flew south. He did not want to face the enraged Snow Empress right now and fight her in the far north. He had already completed the second trial of the Asura God trial, the goal of hunting 900,000-year spirit beasts within 1 month. There was no need to cause extra trouble and create overtime for himself for no reason. Furthermore, he didn't want to stay another second in a place as cold as the far north. Wouldn't it be more comfortable to return to the warm human territories early? Chapter 16. If you want to work easily, you must find the right method. God Realm, Asura God Temple. The Asura God, sitting high on the Asura God seat, twitched the corner of its mouth. What a workaholic. In 1 week on the mortal plane, he had killed 9 100,000-year spirit beasts. Did he really have to grind so hard? From the sea to the Stardow Great Forest and then to the far north, he was either on the road or hunting spirit beasts. He didn't even stop to rest or sleep. He even ate while flying, finishing his meals quickly. The Asura God should have been pleased that its successor was so hardworking and could complete the requirements of the Asura God trial at the fastest speed. But Qian Zunji's combat style always involved sneak attacks for a one-hit kill, followed by a rapid retreat. The dignified Asura God, the enforcer of the God realm, did not want an assassin as its successor. Although this assassin also possessed long-range sword control and bombardment combat styles. But the Asura God still preferred its successor to be domineering, looking down upon the world, and crushing enemies through upright, frontal combat. A God King should have the combat style of a God King, not like an assassin hiding in the dark to launch sneak attacks. Forget it. Since you are so hardworking, this God King will find something for you to do. The Asura God supported its chin with its left hand as it spoke, then raised its right hand to condense its divine force to arrange the content of the third Asura God trial for Qian Zunji. The content of the third Asura God trial: judge 10,000 criminals. The Asura God did not believe that no matter how hardworking Qian Zunji was, he could quickly judge 10,000 criminals. Previously, Qian Zunji had been able to kill 9 100,000-year spirit beasts within a week. It believed this was because Spirit Hall had stood on the continent for many years and collected too much intelligence on spirit beasts. Qian Zunji relied on the knowledge left by his predecessors to quickly complete the second Asura God trial. But now that Slaughter City had been destroyed, where would there be so many criminals for Qian Zunji to judge? The Asura God deduced that Qian Zunji would not be able to complete the third Asura God trial in a short time. To reach the goal of judging 10,000 people, it was expected to take at least a year. 1 year in the mortal plane is 1 day in the God realm. 1 day, not too much, not too little, was enough for it to handle some trivial matters in the God realm. Douluo continent, far north. Qian Zunji was flying at super speed, afraid that if he flew too slowly, he would be caught up by the ice block woman behind him. He was not one of those transmigrators controlled by their lower bodies who wanted to be chased by Snow Empress, the Ice and Snow Empress, then achieve a romance, get married, and give birth to inhuman offspring. From the depths of the far north to the frozen forest, and then to the Shuiling province of the Heaven Dou Empire. It was not until he had completely left the range of the far north that Qian Xunji felt the ice block woman behind him stop chasing him. Second Asura God Trial completed. Reward: 10% affinity with Asura Divine Force. The voice of the Asura God rang in his ears. Upon hearing this, Qian Xunji smiled. Having completed the second Asura God Trial, he was one step closer to inheriting the Asura God seat, which was certainly worth being happy about. As for completing the Asura God Trial without increasing the age of his spirit ring, was that kind of thing very important. Once you become a god, who still uses spirit abilities? Oh, are you talking about Oscar? That is because his spirit ability is special. Even in the god realm, it can still play a big role. Look at Tang San again. After becoming a god, he either uses the Sea God Trident or uses Asura God skills. Using Spirit Ring and Spirit Bone abilities would just lower the status of God King Tang. Third Asura God Trial. Judge 10,000 criminals. The Asura God's voice rang in his ears again. The content of the third God Trial was to judge 10,000 criminals. The Asura God, as the enforcement god of the God realm, possessed the authority of judgment, so giving such a God Trial was very reasonable. In the original story, Qian Runshui's God Trial also included judging evil. She judged the evil spirit master group, the Bula Trio. A God King's God Trial is just different from a first-class God Trial. The difficulty factor increases geometrically. Qian Xunji murmured softly. On the Douluo continent, besides Slaughter City, which had been killed until no living things remained, where were the most criminals? Prisoners in various national prisons. Noble slave owners, grain merchants hoarding goods, thugs, hooligans, and bullies. Noble slave catching squads. Qian Xunji thought while flying. Open black lens bracket human, don't forget to check in, meow tilde. The sweet voice of the system mom entered his mind, reminding Qian Xunji that today was the day to collect his monthly living expenses. He opened the system panel and clicked the check-in button. Open black lens bracket check-in successful for this month. Obtained a lie detector set. Close black lens bracket. A lie detector. The red light turns on to represent a lie, and the green light turns on to represent an honest answer. Qian Xunji held the lie detector and examined it. He didn't know what use this thing had for him now, so he threw it into the system space to gather dust. Heaven Dou Empire, Diao Province, Heaven Dou City. Heaven Dou City is the capital of the Heaven Dou Empire and also the city with the largest population on the Douluo continent. Nobles and wealthy merchants gathered here, and the most prosperous commercial street was controlled by the three great sects. The Heaven Dou Imperial Palace had continuous halls, and the gilded tile roofs shone brightly in the sunlight. The white jade long steps were layered, and the carved dragon jade. Pillars on both sides were tall and majestic. Outside the hall, the corridors had vermilion pillars hanging with palace lanterns adorned with bright pearls. Rare flowers and plants bloomed by the imperial path, the green stone pool water rippled, and swans paced leisurely, showing royal elegance and luxury everywhere. The current Heaven Dou Emperor, with a pair of cloudy eyes, stared fixedly at the titled douluo in front of him who had suddenly descended from the sky, wearing armor and covering his face. The person in front of him had suddenly descended from the sky. Facing the imperial palace guards, he only released the pressure of his spirit power to subdue all the soldiers. The Heaven Dou imperial family, the Shui family, was different from the Star Luo royal family, the Dai family. It did not have a titled douluo sitting in command. Facing a titled douluo powerhouse who had appeared in front of him uninvited, the Heaven Dou Emperor was very sensible. Why have you come, Your Excellency? If you want to live, order the nobles and wealthy merchants of the whole country to gather in Heaven Dou City. Qian Xunji said coldly. He was very lazy. He didn't want to clean up the nobles and wealthy merchants one city at a time. That was too troublesome. To complete the work quickly, one must use their brain and find a way. Only in this way could he finish the work quickly and then slack off. As you wish, Your Excellency. The Heaven Dou Emperor said. He didn't understand why Qian Xunji wanted the nobles and wealthy merchants of the whole country to come to Heaven Dou City. But as long as he didn't want his life or to replace the Shui family as the new Heaven Dou Emperor, then it didn't matter. Furthermore, the powerful aura emitted by the titled douluo in front of him was extraordinary. He had only felt spirit power pressure of the same level from those two people. As the emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, although his combat power was not high due to the swan spirit issue, he was still a spirit saint. He could distinguish the difference between the spirit power pressure of a limit douluo and that of an ordinary titled douluo. If your excellency needs to dine, I will immediately arrange for my subordinates to prepare the best cuisine. After the Heaven Do Emperor ordered his subordinates to get to work, he said flatteringly to Qian Xunji. If he could win over a limit douluo to become a protector of the Heaven Do Empire, it would guarantee the national fortune of the Heaven Do Empire for 100 years. If he could let a woman of the royal family combine with him and give birth to offspring, that would allow the Heaven Do Shui family to remain evergreen forever. The Heaven Do Emperor's thoughts were beautiful, but Qian Xunji had no interest in chatting with the douluo natives. He threatened the commander of the Imperial Guard and arranged for the other party to take people to crack down on crime, arresting all thugs, hooligans, and bullies in Heaven Do City. Chapter 17. Play it safe, can't kill everyone. Heaven Do Imperial Palace, Heaven Do Emperor Memorial Square. On the high platform cast of gold and iron, clad in the emperor armor, dark gold patterns pulsed faintly in the light and shadow. Qian Xunji leaned lazily against the throne, one hand supporting his jaw, his gaze lowered, indifferently looking down at the chaotic crowd below. The heavy armor made his aura feel as deep as an abyss. Without a word, an invisible pressure spread layer by layer. Those captured by the Imperial Guards were nothing more than dead men. The female captain of the Imperial Guards looked up at Qian Xunji, fear surging in her eyes. The strength and tyrannical actions of this titled douluo before her were comparable to one of the two peaks of the Spirit Master's world, the Clear Sky Sect Master Tang Chen. That cold sentence, I speak, you act, do not ask questions, do not challenge, just complete the order, simply did not treat people as human beings. Perhaps in the eyes of a powerhouse like a titled douluo, these mid-level spirit masters were no different from commoners without spirit power. Although they obediently followed Qian Xunji's order to capture criminals in Heaven Do City, they did their jobs. But any guard with a functioning brain knew that those who could commit crimes in Heaven Do City without being arrested and still remain at large were people with connections. If the guards dared to touch these people, not to mention whether they would be retaliated against, just consider that this was full of their own relatives and friends. The empire collects taxes, nobles collect protection money. Relying on a dead salary to live, and still wanting to eat big fish and meat and keep young meat every day. You can have anything in your dreams. As for framing the innocent, that was a traditional skill passed down through generations of their female guards. Anyway, what Qian Xunji demanded was the arrest of criminals. Resisting arrest and insulting them was also a crime. Your Excellency, the criminals have been brought. The female captain of the guards approached Qian Xunji, bowed respectfully, and spoke, her trembling tone filled with fear. The person before her was a titled douluo who didn't even care about the Heaven Do Emperor, and could kill a squad of guards with a flick of his finger. If she made him unhappy. Female guard captain. She feared she would lose her head. Qian Xunji did not speak, nor did his gaze turn toward the female captain. His gaze turned to the group of men in coarse hemp clothes who had been brought to the square. Watching them look so uneasy and anxious, cowering in their bodies. Although one cannot judge a book by its cover, criminals were even better at playing the victim to beg for forgiveness from their victims. Killing them all isn't impossible, but will wanton killing of the innocent cause my Asura's 3 trials to be judged as failed? Qian Xunji pondered the pros and cons in his heart. Guessing the preferences of the Asura god is meaningless. Since it is a test, then give the standard answer. The content of the Asura's 3 trials is to judge criminals, so only judge the real criminals. One cannot just consider efficiency and think, better to kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go. He took out a lie detector from the system space and interrogated the group of people brought in, the so-called criminals, in the words of the female guard captain, one by one. Theft, kidnapping and extortion, smashing and grabbing and burning and collecting protection money, rape, trafficking women and children, adultery, framing, murder. My lord, I really haven't done these things you mentioned, a laborer said tremblingly. The lie detector's green light lit up, proving he was indeed not lying. What to do if the wrong person is caught? Of course, let them fill their stomachs and then release them. Let the Heaven Do Emperor provide the main food, the large Loaves Dailiba and Qian Xunji would provide some soft bones rabbit meat, add some salt to boil into soup, and distribute a bowl of meat soup as consolation. You can't delay people's work, let them be terrified all day, and leave hungry without eating. That would be too inhumane. As for those who were greedy for petty gains and ate the large loaves without paying, just give them a few lashes and let them go. Withholding worker wages, confusing right and wrong, and demanding compensation after not paying for work. Death penalty, execute immediately. Qian Xunji's tone was cold, and after passing the verdict, a golden flame flickered from his fingertip. Ah! The flames burned until the black-hearted beast was reduced to ashes before extinguishing. Those present who were caught saw this. Some were scared to the point of wetting themselves, while others felt fortunate that they were law-abiding in their daily lives and had done nothing bad. This spirit master lord in armor, whose face could not be seen, seemed reasonable. He was only targeting those who did evil things in their daily lives. He was not like those noble spirit master lords, indiscriminately exploiting, oppressing, and humiliating the poor. At least for now, not a single, lowly commoner, mud-legged, base thing, had been heard. And as long as they weren't criminals, they even got meat soup, a good person. Compared to those who were caught, the female captain of the guards felt the world go dark. She knew she was done for. She never expected that Qian Xunji's purpose in coming to Heaven Do City was really to sweep away dark forces and judge those criminals. She didn't know Qian Xunji's specific identity, but this behavior made people associate it with the Angel Clan of Spirit Hall. Titled douluo, Angel Clan, and Golden Flames, could it be that person? The female captain of the guards made a bold guess in her heart. This titled douluo powerhouse before her was the supreme pontiff who had newly taken office and left Spirit City not long ago. It was said that the supreme pontiff had left Spirit City for nearly a year, with no news and no whereabouts. His sudden appearance in the Heaven Do Imperial Palace and issuing the order to capture criminals was quite reasonable. Framing the innocent, knowingly breaking the law, the crime is aggravated. Death penalty, execute immediately. As Qian Xunji finished speaking, he used his mental force combined with spirit power to condense dozens of golden short swords out of thin air, executing the imperial guards who had participated in the arrest of the criminals. A group of noble parasites, greedy vested interests, killing them was just killing them. Grabbing a bunch of good citizens off the street to make up the numbers and fool him. It was like treating him as a brainless, self-supplying fool. The female captain of the guards knelt on both knees, tears streaming down her face, shouting, "Your Excellency, spare my life, I will never dare to do it again. You only know that you are going to die, not that you realized you were wrong." Qian Xunji rarely spoke a sentence that wasn't work-related. But this one sentence shattered all the hope of the female captain of the guards. It also let her know that this titled douluo before her was not the old Heaven Do emperor on the throne who could tolerate her perfunctory work and not punish her for the sake of her family background. Golden short swords pierced through her chest, leaving golden flames to burn the corpse. You bring nothing into this world, and you take nothing out, only ashes scatter with the wind, nourishing the crops. The actions of the Heaven Do Empire's imperial guards made Qian Xunji realize that having this group of vested interests do the work, dealing with their own people and subordinates, was not realistic. The noble class is the noble class. They might fight to the death over issues of interest distribution in their daily lives, and even take lives. But, when facing other classes, they were high and mighty, united against outsiders. Wanting them to do it themselves and destroy the interest transmission chain they had built. Qian Xunji knew that even if he threatened them with their lives, it was unlikely they would work diligently. Moreover, among his target population for judgment, nobles and their families and relatives were already included. Forget it, occasionally being the supreme pontiff Qian Xunji. As long as he could complete the Asura god trial faster and inherit the Asura god seat. Qian Xunji didn't mind being the supreme pontiff he disliked for once. Chapter 18. Pay well, work with passion. Heaven Do City, Spirit Hall. The current person in charge, the Platinum Bishop Saphis, is the grandfather of Platinum Bishop Solace from the original work. At this moment, sitting before this elderly level 89 spirit douluo was a young man with a handsome face and a cold, aloof temperament that kept others at a distance. The man was drinking tea. Although his posture was elegant, it did not follow standard aristocratic etiquette. When Qian Xunji inherited the position of Supreme Pontiff, Platinum Bishop Saphis, as a Platinum Bishop, had been invited to Spirit City to attend the coronation ceremony, where he had caught a glimpse of him from afar. The face was indeed the same, but the gap in strength was just too massive. If Platinum Bishop Saphis remembered correctly, when Qian Xunji had just inherited the position of Supreme Pontiff, he was merely a spirit douluo who had just obtained his 8th spirit ring. Yet, the person appearing before him now exuded a powerful aura. Platinum Bishop Saphis exclaimed inwardly, "Limit douluo. How is this possible? In less than a year, to break through continuously from a level 81 spirit douluo to the level 99 limit douluo realm, he's hacking, he's absolutely hacking. I wonder what brings the Supreme Pontiff here so suddenly. If you have taken a fancy to any noble young lady and wish to marry her, I am willing to act as a matchmaker, go and propose, and set the betrothal." Qian Xunji had left Spirit City and publicly announced that he was looking for a Supreme Pontiff's wife, aiming to marry and have children within 3 years. This message had long been intentionally spread to every spirit hall on the continent. On the continent now, whether it was a main hall, branch hall, or sub-hall, from the hall master down to the deacons, there was no one who did not know about this. The former Supreme Pontiff, the current High Priest, Lord Angel Douluo Qian Daoliu, had issued a strict order. As long as it concerned the current Supreme Pontiff Qian Xunji's marriage and having children, everyone must cooperate fully. That phrase, heavily rewarded, was deeply etched in the minds of those below. Platinum Bishop Saphis thought, I want to advance so badly. I dream of becoming a titled douluo powerhouse, entering the douluo hall to leave my name and receive a title, and joining the elder palace as an elder. Hearing this, Qian Xunji frowned. What was this? What was this about taking a fancy to a noble lady, or acting as a matchmaker to propose and set a betrothal? What on earth was going on? The bone age of this body was only in its early 30s. He remembered that in the original work, Qian Xunji was nearly 50 years old before he had his daughter, Qian Runshui. And Qian Daoliu was nearly 70 before he fathered the original body. Everyone married and had children late, so why should he have to marry and have children early? Qian Xunji really wanted to shout, if one does not attain divinity, how can one have a family? But knowing that the foolish douluo natives wouldn't understand the meaning of this sentence, he let it go. Send out the hall guard knights to arrest the true criminals in Heaven Do City who are oppressing the common people. Escort them to the Heaven Do Emperor Memorial Square in front of the Imperial Palace. I intend to judge these criminals in public. He stated the purpose of his visit. Hearing this, Platinum Bishop Saphis thought of the unknown titled douluo who had suddenly appeared in the Heaven Do Imperial Palace yesterday and had also issued a similar order to the Imperial Guard. Supreme Pontiff, didn't you already order the Heaven Do Empire's Imperial Guard to arrest criminals throughout the city? He asked tentatively. Spirit Hall is only responsible for managing spirit masters. Dealing with spirit master crimes, even without the Supreme Pontiff's order, he, Platinum Bishop Saphis, would still lead men to arrest criminal spirit masters. But commoners who haven't awakened innate spirit power, whether they commit crimes or not, is not under Spirit Hall's jurisdiction. That is a matter for the various empires and kingdoms to manage. Jurisdictional overreach, even with the Supreme Pontiff's order, requires the consent of the high priests in the High Priest Palace. Otherwise, the negative impact caused, that scapegoat, is not something a platinum bishop like him can carry. Qian Xunji took out a 10,000-year spirit bone of decent quality. As soon as the spirit bone appeared, the spirit light was blinding. Platinum Bishop Saphis narrowed his eyes, staring fixedly at the 10,000-year spirit bone before him. This was a complete arm bone, originating from a fallen spirit master killed by Qian Xunji inside Slaughter City. Qian Xunji had killed all the fallen ones living in Slaughter City, obtaining the heritage that had been hoarded for who knows how many years. Although the number of 10,000-year spirit bones obtained was not large, just a few, the number of 100-year and 1,000-year spirit bones was not insignificant. He had no use for 10,000-year spirit bones anyway. Giving them to these people in Spirit Hall who worked for him as rewards, to stimulate their work enthusiasm and improve efficiency, was very appropriate. Follow my instructions and complete the work well, and this spirit bone will be your private possession. With a 10,000-year spirit bone as a reward, Platinum Bishop Saphis immediately did a 180-degree turn, changed his attitude, and said respectfully, "Everything as you wish, my supreme pontiff." No spirit master could refuse a 10,000-year spirit bone. Nor would any superior casually give away a 10,000-year spirit bone as a reward. And it was for such low-risk work. Platinum Bishop Saphis excitedly led the Hall Guard Knights out, using thunderous means to sweep through the nobles' gloves, the black forces that actually collected protection fees. No matter who came today, they couldn't stop him from working overtime through the night to arrest criminals. The 10,000-year spirit bone, known as the treasure of the Blood River, was something he was determined to obtain. By fusing a 10,000-year spirit bone into his body to enhance his physique and restore his vitality, Platinum Bishop Saphis was confident he could break through to level 90, obtain his 9th soul skill, and become a titled douluo. Paupers, commoner spirit masters, noble spirit masters, sect disciples, as long as they had committed criminal acts or were reported for criminal conduct, they were all arrested. In a flower tavern, the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire, Shui Yi, saw this scene, and the corners of his mouth curled up, unable to suppress it. A group of noble parasites who sat in high positions without doing any work, exploited the wealth of the empire's commoners, and didn't even pay taxes, were being arrested by Spirit Hall. For the Heaven Do Imperial Shui family, this was simply wonderful. Although Shui Yi did not know how that unknown limit douluo had made the arrogant and conceited Platinum Bishop of Spirit Hall, Platinum Bishop Saphis, work overtime through the night and work so hard. The first ray of sunlight in the morning illuminated the entire Heaven Do city. Outside the city, the current sect master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Sect Master Ning Hai, brought the sect protecting douluo, Fire Dragon douluo, as well as several spirit saint guards, and traveled by luxury carriage from the sect's base, 7 Treasure City, to Heaven Do City. Sect Master Ning Hai's goal for this trip was clear: it was Qian Xunji. This limit douluo, whose exact appearance and identity were unknown and who had suddenly descended upon the Heaven Do Imperial Palace, was the very target of his trip. Winning over a limit douluo could ensure the 7 treasure glazed tile schools prosperity for a century. If he could unite with a woman of the 7 treasure Ning family and leave behind offspring, it would make the 7 treasure glazed tile school flourish forever. The Clear Sky Tang clan became the #1 sect in the world because of Tang Chen alone. Spirit Hall stood tall for 10,000 years and remained the strongest spirit master force on the douluo continent because the Angel Qian family produced Angel douluo and Limit douluo generation after generation. I am a member of the 7 treasure Ning family, you cannot arrest me. Sitting in the luxury carriage, Sect Master Ning Hai heard the noisy sounds outside and signaled his guards to go out and investigate. He learned that the Platinum Bishop of Spirit Hall, Platinum Bishop Saphis, had actually brought men to the 7 treasure pawnshop and arrested a member of the 7 treasure Ning family who possessed the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda spirit. Sect Master Ning Hai was furious and immediately took his men to find his old rival, Platinum Bishop Saphis. On the street, Spirit Hall and the 7 treasure glazed tile school stood in a standoff. Seeing this, the smile on Shui Yi's face vanished instantly. He immediately took Zhe Long and the others downstairs to prevent the two sides, whose atmosphere was tense and could start fighting at any moment, from clashing. Both sides had many spirit saint powerhouses, and even stronger figures at the spirit douluo and titled douluo levels were present. If they were to start a major fight in Heaven Do City, the consequences would be unimaginable. Shui Yi didn't dare to imagine how much destruction it would cause or how many casualties there would be. It was even more likely that if their tempers flared, they might even attack him. The aftermath of the collision of their 8th and 9th soul skills could blow him away and kill him. Chapter 19. Dragon nature is promiscuous, is just an excuse. You two, listen to me. Everyone here is a person of status and standing. Harmony brings wealth. There's no need to fight to the death at the drop of a hat. Shui Yi suppressed the fear in his heart, stepped between the two sides, and began to offer well-meaning advice. On one side was Sect Master Ning Hai of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, one of the upper 3 sects, along with the sect's guardian, Fire Dragon douluo. This was a party he had always been courting and hoping to form a marriage alliance with. On the other side was Platinum Bishop Saphis, one of the 4 Platinum Bishops of Spirit Hall and the Hall Master of the Spirit Hall in Heaven Do City. This was someone he had always wanted to court but could never win over. Both sides were big shots. Even if he were to inherit the throne of the Heaven Do Empire, he could not easily offend either of them, he could only appease and court them. The douluo continent was, after all, the world of spirit masters. Although the Heaven Do Empire had an army of 1,000,000, did it not take time to assemble them? Qian Xunji possessed immense strength and had actually managed to raid the imperial palace alone and appear before his father. This made Shui Yi realize that when facing a faction with titled douluo experts, if the other party truly wanted to assassinate the Heaven Do Emperor, the Heaven Do Empire, without any titled douluo experts of its own, would be unable to stop them. HMPH. ×2. Both sides glared at each other and snorted coldly. Platinum Bishop Saphis had no desire to waste time in a standoff with Sect Master Ninghai here. His heart was set on capturing more criminals, escorting them before Qian Xunji, and obtaining the 10,000-year spirit bone. Right now, nothing was more important than that. Platinum Bishop Saphis waved his hand, led his subordinates away, and continued his work. On the other side, Sect Master Ninghai also had no desire to waste time in a standoff with Platinum Bishop Saphis. He had only one goal in bringing people to Heaven Do City, and that was Qian Xunji. He wanted to invite this suddenly appeared Limit Douluo to join their 7 treasure glazed tile school and become their guardian Douluo and supreme elder. Now that Shui Yi had proactively offered a way out, he naturally took the opportunity to step down. Let's go. Sect Master Ninghai waved his hand and gave the order. Seeing that both sides had truly not started a war and had left directly, Shui Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Only after relaxing did he realize that his back was already soaked with sweat. Your Highness, are you all right? Zhe Long asked with a worried expression. I'm fine, it was just very dangerous earlier. Shui Yi's tone shifted, his eyes becoming sharp and firm. Our Heaven Do Empire must have its own titled douluo experts. He did not say the second part of that thought. Without titled douluo experts, there is no dignity. But titled douluo experts were not so easily cultivated. Even if he sent his sweet-looking sister to throw herself at Qian Xunji, the man wouldn't even glance at her. For these titled douluo experts, perhaps in their hearts, only women who were also titled douluo were worthy of them. They wouldn't even bother to glance at a beauty with the cultivation of a spirit elder. On this point, Shui Yi had misunderstood Qian Xunji. It wasn't that he couldn't be bothered to look at the Heaven Do princess sent as a gift to warm his bed, he simply subconsciously didn't want to have any dealings with foolish women. After all, he came from an era of gender equality, where women could also work alone delivering food to earn money and raise children. Heaven Do Emperor Memorial Plaza. Qian Xunji's gaze fell upon this batch of criminals being escorted by the guardian knights of the Heaven Do City Spirit Hall. They were burly, with tense jaws and prominent cheekbones. Their triangular eyes were muddy and vicious, carrying an undisguised sense of oppression when they looked at people. Dark cyan thorn tattoos snaked from their necks to their shoulders, the patterns interlaced and sinister. Dark-colored coats were draped casually over their shoulders, collars askew. Their knuckles were thick and covered in calluses. Standing there without speaking, their entire bodies exuded a savage and overbearing aura of the underworld. With this image and temperament, one could tell at a glance they were not upstanding citizens, they were surely the thugs, lackeys, and black gloves raised by those nobles. As expected of the most moral, upright, and friendly to the common people faction in all the works of the douluo continent, Spirit Hall. When it comes to cracking down on criminals, they are truly professional. Qian Xunji compared them to the Heaven Do Imperial Guard in his mind and couldn't help but offer a compliment. Time to get to work. The KPI of judging 10,000 criminals was still far from complete. He aimed to complete the requirements for the Asora's 3 trials within a month. Returning 13 for every 9 borrowed, engaging in usury, where the interest for 1 year exceeds the principal, and forcing others to sell their children and wives. Death penalty. Execute immediately. Those involved in usury and human trafficking would be killed directly, not a single one was innocent. Not only must they be killed, but he also couldn't let them walk the road to the underworld alone. He had to ensure their families left together, neat and tidy. Arranging for their homes to be raided and their entire clans exterminated was the only true way. What right do you have to judge me? I am a member of the Blue Lightning U family. Seeing a criminal consumed by golden flames and burned until only ashes remained, Yu Shaogang screamed in terror and blurted out his family background. He was afraid that he would be judged by the armored man in front of him and burned alive. so he had no choice but to reveal his family identity. He believed that no one would dare to kill him directly after hearing the name of the Blue Lightning Yu family. Disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect does not equal members of the Blue Lightning Yu family. Their status within the sect was worlds apart and could not be mentioned in the same breath. Killing a member of the Blue Lightning Yu family in public would mean forging a blood feud with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. As long as one was a normal person, one would not dare to make an enemy of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, which ranked among the upper 3 sects. Qian Xunji asked the Spirit Hall deacon beside him, who is the current sect master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and what is the strength of the sect. On the first day he transmigrated, he had left Spirit City and gone to the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well. Then he went successively to the far north, Slaughter City, Sea God Island, and the Star-Do Great Forest. He truly hadn't had much contact with the natives of douluo. He hadn't gone to understand the situation of the various factions either. After all, in Qian Xunji's mind, after inheriting the Asura God seat, any problem could be solved simply by steamrolling with absolute force. The foolish natives of douluo, whose strongest skill was a sudden flash of inspiration, had only managed to get themselves into misery and death. Matching wits with fools gave him no sense of accomplishment. It was better to just steamroll with mindless force. Replying to Your Excellency, the current sect master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is named Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjun, who was promoted to title Douluo not long ago and inherited the position of sect master. His title is Thunder, and his spirit power level is 91. There is only one titled Douluo expert within the sect, Sect Master Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjun. After hearing the information, Qian Xunji spoke with disdain. I had thought there was a limit douluo in charge, but it turns out to be nothing more than a newcomer titled douluo. Are all you people from the Blue Lightning Yu family so mediocre and arrogant? Upon hearing this, Yu Shaogang was so angry that his eyes turned red, his breathing became heavy like an ox, and his red eyes stared fixedly at Qian Xunji. If looks could kill, he would have killed Qian Xunji 10,000 times. Anyone who dared to look down on the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect must die. What crime did this criminal spirit master commit? Qian Xunji asked the Spirit Hall deacon beside him. The Spirit Hall deacon picked up the file, checked it, and answered truthfully, replying to Your Excellency, he forcibly abducted a civilian woman in the street, causing her parents to be severely injured and die without treatment. Dragon nature is promiscuous. Besides, being favored by this young master is her good fortune. Yu Shaogang said, feeling smug and satisfied. Dragon nature is promiscuous is just an excuse to shirk responsibility for criminal behavior after the fact, it's just to make yourself feel better. As Qian Xunji finished speaking, he manipulated a golden short sword to slice off Yu Shaogang's manhood, with golden flames attaching to the wound. Ah! Yu Shaogang fell to the ground, clutching his wound with both hands, letting out a shrill scream. Amidst the screaming, the golden flames began to spread over his entire body. Shortly after, Yu Shaogang was burned to ashes. The Spirit Hall deacon watched the whole thing. He killed a direct descendant of the upper 3 sects just like that, acting so decisively, completely unafraid of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect coming for revenge. Who exactly is this titled douluo excellency before me? To be so fierce. I am a member of the Clear Sky sect Tang clan, our sect master is a limit douluo. A member of the Clear Sky sect Tang clan, no need to judge, just light them up and burn them to death, not a single one was innocent. I am a member of the 7 Treasure Ning family. I did not forcibly abduct a civilian woman in the street like Yu Shaogang, nor did I slaughter innocents in the spirit arena like Tang Yin. Qian Xunji glanced at the file. This man from the 7 Treasure Ning family named Ning Sha had indeed not done anything heinous or taken any lives. Perhaps it wasn't that he didn't want to, but rather that he was an auxiliary spirit master, and his strength didn't allow for it. However, the number of times they had bought low and sold high, or deceived consumers, was countless. Of course, members of the 7 Treasure Ning family basically all engaged in this behavior, it belonged to their ancestral, family-inherited skills. Chapter 20. Where did this ant come from? How should one punish a profiteer? First, one must abolish the profiteer's craft of evil and deception, and cripple the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda spirit that possesses the ability to appraise treasures. Then, strip them naked, hang a sign saying, I am a profiteer, around their neck, and parade them through the streets. With their craft of deception gone, their reputation will also be gone. Qian Xunji looked him up and down and discovered that this disciple of the Seven Treasure Ning family was quite delicate in appearance. A man with such a delicate appearance, fair and smooth skin, and a slender, lean build should be taken and given to unmarried female spirit masters in their 50s or 60s as a welfare gift. Spirit abolished, stripped naked, and paraded through the streets with a sign. Qian Xunji's verdict was delivered. Upon hearing this, Ning Sha's vision went black, and he nearly fainted from shock. Compared to Yu Shaogang of the Blue Lightning Yu clan and Tang Yin of the Clear Sky Tang clan, this verdict could be considered as having saved his life. But it was merely leaving him with his life. After his spirit was abolished, he would be reduced to an existence even more useless than a commoner who had not awakened innate spirit power. Perhaps if he returned to the sect, he could still serve as a stud to propagate descendants. But if he were to be stripped naked and paraded through the streets with a sign, the consequences would be unimaginable. Once he received such a punishment that brought shame upon his sect and family, he, Ning Sha, would become the greatest sinner of the Seven Treasure Ning family. Who are you, daring to set up a private court and judge the clansmen of my Seven Treasure Ning family? Sect Master Ning Hai arrived by carriage. Hearing Qian Xunji's verdict against Ning Sha, his eyes turned red with rage. Disregarding his image, he jumped down from the luxurious carriage, hurried over, pointed at Qian Xunji, and shouted angrily, abolishing a direct descendant of the Ning family who possessed the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda spirit. Such an act was equivalent to becoming an enemy of the Seven Treasure Ning family and the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile school. What was even more excessive was that he intended to strip the person naked, parade them through the streets with a sign, and trample the face of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School underfoot. In the Spirit Master's world, everyone knew that their Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School valued reputation above all else. After slapping their face, he even wanted to stomp on it twice. This was aimed at severing the foundation of their Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. This was intended to prevent the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School from recruiting genius spirit masters born into commoner families. Seeing the sect master arrive with the sect-protecting title douluo, Fire Dragon douluo, and several spirit saint elders, Ning Sha's face, originally filled with fear and despair, was instantly covered with joy and a sense of salvation. The sect master had arrived, so he would be able to leave in one piece. He would not have to have his spirit abolished, be stripped naked and paraded through the streets with a sign, or be pointed at by those peasants. Where did this ant come from, daring to bark wildly in front of this seat? Qian Xunji's tone was like a blizzard striking in the depths of winter, causing everyone present to feel a chill in their hearts. As he spoke, he raised his hand, extended his index finger, aimed at Sect Master Ning Hai, and shot out a beam of golden spirit power. Fire Dragon douluo sensed a fatal danger. While revealing his spirit, he reached out, grabbed Sect Master Ning Hai's shoulder, pulled him back, and protected him behind his own body. He then took the attack from Qian Xunji head-on. The golden spirit power beam, which should have blown off Sect Master Ning Hai's head, directly pierced through Fire Dragon douluo's shoulder. The golden flames remaining in his body were constantly burning his spirit power, which shocked him. Golden flames that burned others' spirit power. This was the ability of the Angel Clan's six-winged angel martial soul. There was only one such family on the douluo continent, there was no other. This mysterious limit douluo, who had suddenly descended from the sky onto the Heaven Do Imperial Palace, wearing full body armor that obscured his appearance, was a member of the Angel Qian family. Besides the current Supreme Pontiff, Qian Xunji, and the former Supreme Pontiff, Qian Daoliu, there were no others who possessed the six-winged angel martial soul. The other party not only possessed the cultivation of a level 99 limit douluo but also ordered the arrest and trial of criminals the moment he arrived in Heaven Do City. This kind of thing was something only a member of the Angel Qian family would do. Seeing Fire Dragon douluo injured and bleeding, Sect Master Ning Hai was shocked and said with concern, "Uncle Fire Dragon." Fire Dragon douluo urgently interrupted him, "Little Hai, run." That is, Fire Dragon douluo's words were only half spoken when his eyes widened, and he stopped abruptly. This was because Qian Xunji, seeing that his first strike had failed to kill Sect Master Ning Hai, seamlessly launched a second move. Combining mental force with spirit power, he created dozens of golden short swords out of thin air. Driven by his mental force, the golden short swords began to spin rapidly and then shot out like cannonballs. The speed exceeded the speed of sound, giving Fire Dragon Douluo and the Spirit Saint Elders no time to react. Instant kill. The 7 treasure glazed tile school sect master Ninghai, the sect protecting title douluo Fire Dragon Douluo, and several Spirit Saint Elders. Unable to withstand Qian Xunji's serious strike, they were all killed. Seeing this scene, the joy on Ning Sha's face vanished instantly, replaced by terror and helplessness. Dead, dead, they were all dead. Sect Master, the sect protecting title douluo, and the Spirit Saint Elders, all dead. With just one move, nearly half of the 7 treasure glazed tile school's high-level combat power had been wiped out. Although Fire Dragon Douluo was merely an aged and frail level 91 titled douluo, they were both titled douluo. How could the gap be so large? Ning Sha watched as Qian Xunji stepped forward and collected the corpses of the sect master and the others, yet he could do nothing. He felt that he truly was an incompetent disciple of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. However, limited by innate conditions, those who possessed the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda spirit could never become powerful battle spirit masters. Your Excellency, you have killed the 7 treasure glazed tile school sect master and the sect protecting titled douluo. A spirit hall deacon said, trembling. Those few short seconds just now felt more exciting than his entire life. A titled douluo powerhouse had actually been instantly killed by another titled douluo powerhouse. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes and had only heard it as hearsay, he would definitely have retorted, bullshit. Qian Xunji paused upon hearing this. He had not expected that among the group he had just instantly killed, there were the current 7 treasure glazed tile school sect master and the sect protecting titled douluo. They were this weak. How did they manage to sit in the position of one of the upper 3 sects? Was Spirit Hall too strong? Or were the other spirit master powers in the outside world too weak? That move just now, with dozens of golden short swords firing in a spiral, was a new technique he had created by modifying his own 4th spirit ability. This move, not to mention Qian Daoliu and Gold Crocodile Douluo, could be blocked by several people within Spirit Hall. It couldn't be considered an ultimate technique, but the opponents performed too poorly. They didn't even have time to react or use their spirit ring abilities before being killed instantly. That was just your hallucination. There were no 7 treasure glazed tile school sect master or sect protecting titled douluo. Qian Xunji said casually. The opponents were so weak that he refused to admit he had killed them. If this got out and it became known they died by his hands, wouldn't that add glory to their faces? Being killed by a limit douluo, what an honorable thing. This kind of treatment wasn't something you could get just because you wanted it. Being able to be killed by a limit douluo already proved that your strength was sufficiently formidable. Qian Xunji highly doubted that the natives of the douluo continent would brag like that. Was it really a hallucination? The Spirit Hall deacon asked doubtfully. There isn't even a corpse, so it must be a hallucination. Qian Xunji flatly lied, denying the facts. The reason he explained it was purely because he found it troublesome and did not want to do anything useless during the Asura God trial. For example, wiping out the 7 treasure glazed tile school and the Heaven Do Imperial family, the 2 powers competing with Spirit Hall for genius commoner spirit masters. With a wave of his hand, the 2 of them were dead, his fine clothes were torn, Ning Sha had fainted, and he was paraded through the streets with a sign. Qian Xunji continued to judge criminals, striving to complete the Asura's 3 trials as quickly as possible. Outside Heaven Do City, countless nobles and wealthy merchants were riding in carriages, queuing to enter the city. The emperor had issued an order, but they weren't listening. It concerned a titled douluo powerhouse. They had to come, they had to come. The well-informed great nobles had already sensed something wrong based on intelligence. Feeling their own lives were in danger, they united overnight, preparing to strike first. The great nobles didn't believe it. With all of them united, hundreds of spirit masters and tens of thousands of well-equipped guards, they couldn't pile up and kill a single titled douluo. He who kills others shall be killed by others. Chapter 21. Asura's 3 Trials. Qian Xunji activated his 9th soul skill, mental force detection, covering the entire Heaven Do city. Every manner of event within the city could not escape his mental force detection. He observed and committed to memory the actions of the Heaven Do nobles, waiting for a suitable opportunity to strike and wipe them all out in one fell swoop. After all, swatting flies one by one is not as effective as letting them gather together and wiping them out all at once, saving both time and effort. Verify whether the crime is true. Different criminal acts carry different punishments. Minor crimes such as theft that do not cause injury or harm will result in being sent directly to the mountains to mine. Severe crimes such as rape, human trafficking, murder, and arson, once verified, will result in immediate execution on the spot. In order to provide a satisfactory answer, Xunji, via the Asura's 3 trials, drafted strict laws and regulations and handed them to the spirit hall deacons to continue the work of cracking down on criminals. With tangible 1,000-year spirit bones as rewards, the spirit master's enthusiasm for their work was burning bright. Platinum Bishop Saphis held the 10,000-year spirit bone he had been longing for in his arms, as excited as a 3-year-old child. It was worth all the overtime he put in, working day and night, even sweeping through the towns and villages surrounding Heaven Do City. The Supreme Pontiff truly brings out good things to reward his subordinates. It is just that he did not understand why the Supreme Pontiff did not want to expose his identity and had even requested him not to reveal any information about him. For the law-abiding residents of Heaven Do City, this period was chaotic because the Spirit Hall spirit masters were arresting people everywhere. But once those criminals who used to collect protection fees, rob, and extort were all captured, they suddenly realized that life could be so peaceful, without having to live in fear all day long. Days without having to pay protection fees are truly good, a small vendor laughed. We must thank that titled douluo wearing armor, a citizen who had been bullied by the wicked expressed heartfelt gratitude. In the past, those criminals went too far, even causing deaths, and at most, they would be caught by the patrols and locked in jail for a few days, only to be released to continue harming them. Now, this group of criminals was directly executed. With them dead and turned to ashes, the residents no longer had to worry about them making a comeback to harm them. Although they also knew that such days could not last long, and as soon as the armored douluo left Heaven Do City, everything would soon return to its original state. When it came to exploiting the poor, the empire's nobles were as excited and tireless as if they had consumed whale glue. Inside the Heaven Do imperial palace, the Heaven Do emperor had absolutely no interest in the inner thoughts of the common people. He was currently most worried about the fact that sect master Ning Hai of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the sect protecting fire dragon douluo, and several spirit saint elders had died within Heaven Do City. Would the new sect master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school be at odds with the Heaven Do imperial family because of this? Without the support of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, where would the Heaven Do empire find enough powerful spirit master troops to fight the White Tiger Legion of the Star Luo empire? Without the auxiliary boost of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, the noble spirit masters of the Heaven Do empire would have no power to resist the strength first, fierce, and powerful noble spirit masters of the Star Luo empire. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect did not want to intervene in the struggle between the two empires. Spirit Hall stood high above, balancing the continent. The Clear Sky sect remained ambiguous, appreciating the strength-first national policy of the Star Luo Empire while simultaneously coming to the territory of the Heaven Do Empire to sell weapons and armor to earn money to buy food. Although Tang Yuehua of the Clear Sky sect is a waste, she is, after all, the granddaughter of Tang Chen and the youngest daughter of sect master Tang Zhen. You should find a way to woo her. Father, she only just awakened her spirit this year, Shui Yi said in a tactful tone. Political marriage, no problem. But Tang Yuehua was so young, he did not want to be beaten to death by her grandfather, father, or 2 brothers. For the Heaven Do Empire. Yes, the conversation between Shui Yi and his father remained unknown to others. But at the 7 treasure glazed tile school station, in 7 Treasure City, Ning Fengji learned that his father, sect master Ning Hai, had died in Heaven Do City. His eyes turned red with anger. He panted like an ox, and his originally scholarly and gentle face became ferocious. Uncle Bone, do not stop me. Let me go to Heaven Do City. I, Ning Fengji, must avenge my father's murder. The opponent is a genuine limit douluo. Even if the entire 7 treasure glazed tile school were sacrificed, it would likely be impossible to kill the opponent, Ji Yu Rong persuaded helplessly. Qian Xunji's aura was too powerful, especially the dense, frightening, and almost tangible murderous aura emanating from his body. Tang Chen also possessed a strong murderous aura. But Ji Yurong, who possessed the bone dragon spirit, was extra sensitive to murderous aura and clearly knew that the murderous auras of the two were not on the same level at all. In addition to the murderous aura, the bone dragon was also surprised to find that compared to Tang Chen, the pressure Qian Xunji brought him was even greater. With the 7 treasure glazed tile school's current strength, they simply could not defeat this limit. Douluo, who might be even more powerful than Tang Chen. Uncle Bone, do you want me to just watch my father's murderer remain at ease? No, you must first pull yourself together, inherit the position of sect master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, strengthen the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and recruit and cultivate more titled douluo powerhouses. Remember, only a titled douluo can fight a titled douluo. To take revenge, you must have enough titled douluo to besiege the opponent to have a chance of succeeding. That guy killed Yu Xiaogang of the Blue Lightning Jade family and Tang Yin of the Clear Sky Tang clan. Perhaps you can use this point to unite all the titled douluo powerhouses of the upper 3 sects to crusade against him together. Bone Douluo's words made Ning Fengji wake up as if from a dream, knowing how to walk his future path and what to do. Although, even now, people from outside forces still do not know what Qian Xunji looks like inside the Emperor armor, nor do they know where he comes from or what his specific identity is. Returning to Heaven Do City. In the Duke of Will's mansion, guests gathered. The great nobles at the Spirit Saint level gathered in the conference room, arguing endlessly. The nobles were united, that much was true. But surrounding and killing this powerhouse Qian Xunji, who was suspected to be an agility attack system titled douluo with powerful flight abilities, made them feel troubled. It was not that there were no flying spirit masters among the nobles, but their numbers were small and their strength was not great. Fighting an air battle with Qian Xunji was impossible for them to win. To kill a titled douluo, first of all, one must force the opponent to stop using their flying abilities and fight them in a head-on ground battle. Relying on the advantage of numbers to exhaust the spirit power in the opponent's body was the only way to potentially kill them. Plotting rebellion, endangering national security, and dragging innocent people into hell. Whether it is the mastermind or an accomplice, it is a death penalty to be executed immediately. At night, with the bright moon hanging in the sky, Qian Xunji stepped on the void. His cold voice, reinforced by his God origin realm mental force, was accurately transmitted into the ears of every noble, private soldier, lackey, and thug. Before they could curse, the bright red slaughter god domain continued to spread beneath Qian Xunji's feet, covering the entire Duke of Will's mansion. The noble spirit masters instantly felt the spirit power in their bodies suppressed. Is this the slaughter god domain of Clear Sky Douluo Tang Chen? Some knowledgeable old nobles said in surprise. In the shocked eyes of the nobles, Qian Xunji directly launched his 8th spirit ability, Angel's Roar. This group attack mental force spirit ability killed enemies over a large area. The weak noble spirit masters faced this move, and their heads exploded directly. Only nobles with cultivation at the Spirit Saint level managed to save their lives, but they fell into a coma because of it. Qian Xunji controlled a golden short sword to harvest those noble spirit masters who were not dead, still breathing, and had passed out. As for those private soldiers, lackeys, and thugs who had no spirit power and were pressed down by the slaughter god domain, a simple fire would suffice. The golden flames ignited the Duke of Will's mansion, and all living beings within the mansion were burned to death. The fire soared into the sky, and countless people in Heaven Do City peered out to watch. Golden flames, could it be that Angel Douluo Qian Daoliu has also come? First, it was the slaughter god domain of Clear Sky Douluo Tang Chen, and then it was the golden flames of Angel Douluo Qian Daoliu. Why did two Limit Douluo join forces to destroy the Duke of Will's mansion? Not knowing the truth but possessing some knowledge, the high-level spirit masters were left with question marks in their heads. A night of fire burned away the evil. Qian Xunji finally achieved the KPI of judging 10,000 criminals required by the Asura's 3 trials. Asura God Trial 3rd Trial. Judging 10,000 criminals completed. Reward: 10% Asura Divine Force Affinity. Chapter 22. Isn't this bullying an honest man? God Realm, Asura God Temple. The King of Involution, how annoying. Asura muttered while looking at the water screen. Undeniably, Qian Xunji had passed the Asura's 3 trials with his fast, effective, and innovative methods. But this was not the result he wanted, the result. Furthermore, that merciless judging stance was even more cold-blooded and ruthless than he, the god of law enforcement. The world called him the slaughter god, but seeing Qian Xunji's efficiency in killing Asura god, this guy is the real slaughter god. He kills people and spirit beasts without blinking, doesn't talk, and especially likes to use mental force to control a golden sword to kill enemies from a distance. He could accept everything else about Qian Xunji, but this fighting style made him very dissatisfied. In Asura god's heart, a fighting style like Tang Chen's, head-on, hard collisions, and blood boiling, was the true way. Only this kind of fighting style was worthy of the status of a god king and the majesty of a god of law enforcement. As for Qian Xunji's style of controlling flying swords from a distance and always launching sneak attacks, it was simply inferior. However, fighting styles were not unchangeable. Asura's blood-red eyes lit up, and he thought of a good idea. Douluo Plane. Asura God Trial 4th Trial, Asura Unique. Trial Content. A head-on duel, defeat another slaughter god domain possessor, Tang Chen, in a hard collision. During the duel, it is strictly forbidden to use over-spec mental force or mental attribute spirit abilities to fight. Once used, the god trial fails. The duration of the god trial is 1 year. The voice of Asura god reached Qian Xunji's ears. After reading the content and requirements of the Asura god trial 4th trial, his face darkened. The content of this god trial was somewhat targeted at him. A head-on collision duel with that brute Tang Chen, while also forbidding the use of God origin realm mental force and mental attribute spirit abilities. Isn't this bullying an honest man? He complained loudly in his heart. Although he now had a batch of 100,000-year spirit rings and could use the side effect free spirit ring extraction card to remove the trash spirit rings on his body and replace them. Plus 5 100,000-year spirit bones to enhance his physical strength. But facing the great Sumeru Hammer's ring explosion head-on, forget it. Qian Xunji left Heaven Do City, restrained his aura, and headed to the Star Do Great Forest. His goal was simple: to look for a 100,000-year golden-haired lion mastiff. He urgently needed a spirit ring produced by a 100,000-year golden-haired lion mastiff to increase his strength. As the strictest father of the douluo dalu 3 protagonist, Tang Wulin, the power of a 10,000-year golden-haired lion mastiff could suppress Tang Wulin, who possessed the Golden Dragon King bloodline origin and titled douluo cultivation. One didn't need to think to know how much a 100,000-year golden-haired lion mastiff spirit ring would boost his own strength attributes. If he was lucky, he could even obtain the hegemon domain. Tisk tisk tisk, wouldn't that allow him to suppress Tang Chen? If System Mama loved him, and the next month's sign-in gave him a body refining technique similar to the heavenly demon golden body, that would be too cool. Inside Heaven Do City. As Qian Xunji left Heaven Do City without a word, various forces had different reactions. In the Spirit Temple, Platinum Bishop Saphis absorbed a spirit bone, raised his spirit power to level 90, left Heaven Do City, and while returning to Spirit City to assume his duties, he also brought news about Qian Xunji to Qian Daoliu. In the Imperial Palace, after Shui Yi and his son learned the news, their tense nerves relaxed quite a bit. After sighing, they felt regret. It was a pity that their women were useless. They hadn't successfully crawled into his bed, borrowed his seed, and gotten pregnant with a limit douluo's child. Far away, in 7 Treasure City. When Ning Fengji learned that Qian Xunji had left Heaven Do City, find him. Find him for me. You must find the trail of this damned armored douluo. His eyes were bloodshot, he was panting like an ox, and he was furious. He ran away. Or rather, he left. That killer of his father had actually left Heaven Do City as if nothing had happened, with no known destination. If he couldn't find the enemy's trail, how could he avenge his father and Grandpa Fire Dragon? Ning Sha's public parading had caused the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to lose all its reputation. How could he salvage it? Fengji, the other party's flight speed is extremely fast. I'm afraid only a titled douluo with a pure agility flight spirit can keep up. Bone douluo Ji Yurong felt helpless. Ji Yurong's words made Ning Fengji calm down. If he wanted to deal with his father's killer, perhaps he could only invite that person from Spirit Hall, the angel douluo known as the Invincible in the Sky, Qian Daoliu, to come out of seclusion to have a chance at successful revenge. But the 7 treasure glazed tile school could not come up with the bargaining chips to hire Qian Daoliu as a fighter. Furthermore, could Qian Daoliu alone really defeat and kill Xunji? Although Ning Fengji was still young, he had read many books. He believed that at least Tang Chen, several titled douluo, and the support of a level 79 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda spirit saint would be needed to securely take down Xunji. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect Headquarters. Thunder douluo Yu Yuanjun looked at the intelligence from Heaven Do City in his hand and was so angry that his beard was trembling. Yu Shaogang of the Blue Lightning family had actually been publicly judged and executed. This was a slap in the face of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. According to reliable information, that is a limit douluo, and he also possesses the same slaughter god domain as Tang Chen. We can't beat him, we absolutely can't beat him. He had the heart to avenge his clansmen, but he really couldn't beat him. Even if they mobilized all the spirit masters of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, they couldn't kill a limit douluo. Uniting with other forces to crusade against Xunji was not impossible. But the main point was that this guy acted alone, appeared suddenly, disappeared suddenly, and was as elusive as a ghost. He didn't even know where the person was, so how could he take revenge? Clear Sky Sect Headquarters. Tang Chen didn't care much about the death of Tang Yin. What he cared about was that this suddenly appeared limit douluo, like him, possessed the slaughter god domain. I really want to fight such a strong person. Fighting spirit burned in Tang Chen's eyes. It was just a pity that the other party had already left Heaven Do City, with no known destination. If he were still there, he would definitely go and have a head-on duel with a strong person of the same level. He was getting a bit tired of always fighting Qian Daoliu. A strong person who, like him, had killed their way out of that ghost place, Slaughter City, and obtained the slaughter god domain would surely be able to satisfy his desire for a fight. Thinking of Slaughter City, Tang Chen's gaze turned to his 2 grandsons who were training. He hoped that one of them would go to Slaughter City, pass the assessment, break through the Hell Road, and obtain the slaughter god domain. Only those who had possessed the slaughter god domain would truly know how strong this domain really was. Tang Hao, who was training with his hammer, suddenly felt a chill down his back. He always felt that something unfortunate was about to happen. Spirit City. After Qian Daoliu arranged for people to help Saphis go to the Stardo Great Forest to hunt a spirit beast to obtain his 9th spirit ring, he rubbed his brow. He really didn't expect that the person who caused such a big commotion in Heaven Do City and killed the 7 treasure glazed tile school sect masters people was actually his son who had been away from home for almost a year. As for the rumors of a limit douluo, he didn't believe them. The other party must have obtained an opportunity and passed a god trial, which was why his strength had reached the titled douluo level in just 1 year. Qian Daoliu believed that his son not being the high priest of their own angel god and running off to be a high priest for another divinity was disloyal to the angel god. He silently decided in his heart that when Xunji returned, he would definitely give him a complete childhood. Chapter 23. Stardo Great Forest, I have returned. Stardo Great Forest. This was the second time Xunji had come to the largest gathering place for spirit beasts on the douluo continent. This time, his goal in coming here remained clear. Hunting a 100,000-year golden-haired lion mastiff to obtain a spirit ring that would enhance his own power was the goal of this trip. Tang Chen was one of the few indigenous douluo who possessed an innovative spirit and had achieved success. The Asura god required him in the contents of the god position trial to defeat the other party head-on. Thinking about it, the matter was not that simple. Perhaps what the Asura god wanted was a crushing victory. In a head-on, hard-hitting confrontation, crush Tang Chen, complete the 4th Asura god trial, and prove that he was the only choice. What is the Asura unique? It means becoming an indispensable existence, one that cannot do without oneself. 1 day, 2 days, 3 or 4 days. Xunji flew in midair, activating his 9th soul skill, spirit detection, scanning again and again. From the edge of the Stardo Great Forest to the outer area, then to the mixed area, and finally reaching the core area. Except for the land of great evil beneath the lake of life, everything had been swept by his divine sense. Not to mention a 100,000-year golden-haired lion mastiff, he hadn't even found a single 10,000-year level golden-haired lion mastiff. He hadn't even seen a 1,000-year-old golden-haired lion mastiff. Qian Xunji took a sip of iced coconut juice to calm his nerves. Even if you feed a few decades-old golden-haired lion mastiff with immortal herb and Bloody Mary every day, you can't feed it to a 100,000-year level in less than a year. As expected, without the protagonist's halo, there was no super specification treatment where you get whatever you want. Forget it, let's check in first. Open black lens bracket Daoluo tilde monthly check-in successful, obtained portable. Wansho Terrace small dimension. Close black lens bracket. The Wansho Terrace small dimension merged with the system space, yet they remained independent of each other. The original system space remained that storage room with only storage functions, internal time stagnation, and the ability to keep ingredients absolutely fresh. And the merged Wansho Terrace small world was like an independent small dimension. Here there were mountains and water, dense vegetation like the Douluo Great Forest, and springs full of life energy like the Lake of Life. And the ice and fire yin-yang well, which Qian Xunji had hollowed out and stored in the system space, was now integrated into the Wansho Terrace small dimension. As an independent small dimension, it naturally would have a lord of the dimension. As the owner, Qian Xunji was promoted to the lord of the Wansho Terrace dimension, controlling the core of life. He possessed the authority to set the internal rules of the small dimension. His physical body could also enter and reside there long-term, avoiding the disturbance of his solitary life by the stupid indigenous douluo. Wonderful. This reward was really too suitable for a single person living alone. Even if he inherited the Asura god seed and ascended to the god realm, he wouldn't need to start boring divine wars for water sources, robbing and plundering like a bandit. With a portable private Douluo Great Forest, Qian Xunji began capturing spirit beasts in the Douluo Great Forest. Golden-haired lion mastiff, demon eye demon tree, silver English beast, golden tortoise. He refused no one. If you were slow, you missed out. These spirit beasts with good potential were qualified to be kept by him. Douluo Great Forest, outer area. Qian Xunji, who was capturing a top-tier flying spirit beast, a thunder rock cub, heard a deafening roar. The sound came from afar, sounding like a bear's roar. An emerald figure came into view. Open black lens bracket race. Emerald swan close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age. Century level spirit beast close black lens bracket. Emerald, swan. Qian Xunji was startled when he saw the appraisal pop up on the system. The emerald swan could be said to be the strongest healing type spirit beast, with huge potential. You could curse Baiji for being a holy mother, useless and prone to failure, favoring humans, always speaking for humans, unwilling to start a war between humans and beasts, a beast traitor. But you have to admit her unrivaled healing ability. As long as the target still has a glimmer of life and their soul has not dissipated, she can repair severed limbs, severe internal organ damage, heal bone fractures, completely severed meridians, and can bring the dying and severely injured back from the dead. Raising an emerald swan was of huge benefit to Qian Xunji. After becoming a god, if he wanted to collect the power of faith, having a beast-level emerald swan responsible for free medical treatment, specifically treating the poor who came for help, would be useful. That power of faith would surely skyrocket. If he were even more unscrupulous, he could put laxatives in the water on one hand, and have the emerald swan treat the diarrhea sufferers on the other, increasing the efficiency of collecting the power of faith. As for whether the emerald swan would complain about becoming a working beast, needing to work overtime every day, that was not a problem Qian Xunji needed to consider. Anyway, he wasn't exploiting the common people, so he couldn't be considered a black-hearted capitalist. The century-old emerald swan instinctively felt that this human, Qian Xunji, possessed powerful strength, so she subconsciously flew towards him. The dark golden giant bear chasing behind it stretched out its huge, sharp claws, as if to tear the space apart. Open black lens bracket race. Dark gold dreadclaw bear close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age. 100,000-year spirit beast close black lens bracket. The 100,000-year dark gold dreadclaw bear, although not as good as the 100,000-year golden-haired lion mastiff, excelled in both offense and defense. The powerful, behemoth bloodline within its body could not be underestimated. Soul shock, paired with the holy light sword, killing monsters without injury, easily handling a 100,000-year dark gold dreadclaw bear. No matter how sturdy the surface or how high the defense, so what? The fragile anus was a weakness that the vast majority of living beings possessed. As long as he attacked the weak point and successfully dealt a fatal blow to the enemy, he could easily handle it. After recycling the 100,000-year dark gold dreadclaw bear corpse into the system space, Qian Xunji saw different spirit bone text. The three-piece set when recycling Xiao Wu's corpse consisted of the body, spirit ring, and spirit bone. But the three-piece set when recycling this newly killed dark gold dreadclaw bear corpse consisted of the body, spirit ring, and external spirit bone. Full name: 100,000-year dark gold dreadclaw bear right palm external spirit bone. If it were just left right arm bones or torso bones, Qian Xunji would only let them gather dust in the system space. But an external spirit bone was different. Every piece of external spirit bone was a prototype of a divine artifact. Among them, the 8 spider lances with devouring ability was even a prototype of a super divine artifact. For Tang San to become a god, he must kowtow to the 8 spider lances and the man-faced demon spider clan. Because Qian Xunji saved her from the dark gold dreadclaw bear, the emerald swan rubbed against Qian Xunji's emperor armor in gratitude. If no kind person had stepped in to save her, the goose would have become the bad bear's snack. Qian Xunji put the emerald swan, who was affectionate towards him, into the Wanshou terrace, and headed towards the territory of the man-faced demon spider. Being able to kill a 100,000-year dark gold dreadclaw bear today and have it drop an external spirit bone proved that he was not unlucky, but a lucky person. As a lucky person, he didn't believe that killing a 100,000-year man-faced demon spider wouldn't drop a 100,000-year external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances. With the blessing of 2 external spirit bones, he would let the Asura god see his potential, and then compare it with Tang Chen. He didn't believe the Asura god would still choose Tang Chen as his successor and open the back door for the other party during the god position trial. Asura god high priest. Not even a dog would do it. Once the god position trial was judged as a failure, Qian Xunji would immediately destroy the Slaughter City, annihilate the Clear Sky sect, kill all the Tang clan members, and then wipe out the 7-kill sword lineage. If I can't have it, no one else will. Chapter 24. 100,000-year man-faced demon spider emperor. Stardow Great Forest, man-faced demon spider territory. This place was gathered with a large number of man-faced demon spiders, ruled by a man-faced demon spider emperor with a cultivation age reaching 50,000 years. That 2,000-year man-faced demon spider, which was hunted by Tang San in the original story and dropped the external spirit bone 8 spider lances, also lived here. A group of 10,000-year man-faced demon spiders that had gained intelligence returned from hunting outside. They dragged various pig-type and rabbit-type spirit beasts along behind them, bound by spider silk. These spirit beasts were tributes offered by the 10,000-year man-faced demon spiders to their emperor for consumption. In the gloomy cave area, the 50,000-year man-faced demon spider emperor was eating the food brought back by its subjects. From time to time, the sound of bones being crushed could be heard. Qian Xunji arrived. Hearing this gruesome sound and inhaling the blood-soaked scent, he frowned. This environment, somewhat similar to the blood-filled Slaughter City, was not to his liking. In his heart, he only wanted to complete his goal as quickly as possible, obtain the 100,000-year external spirit bone 8 spider lances, and leave this uncomfortable place. A roar came, and he knew this was the warning issued by the man-faced demon spider emperor to the intruder of its territory. A spirit beast, not even having reached 100,000 years of cultivation, dared to bare its fangs at him and show hostility. Truly ignorant of death. If not for the sake of obtaining the external spirit bone with 100% certainty, Qian Xunji would have already struck to kill the beast that bared its fangs at him. Qian Xunji. I am not Tang San. I do not need to label spirit beasts as evil to justify killing them. If I want to kill, I kill, there is never a need to find an excuse. 9th. Soul skill, mental force sharing. When the mental force of both sides was connected, Qian Xunji could communicate with spirit beasts that had gained intelligence but could not speak human language. Beast, I will give you one chance to live. The man-faced demon spider emperor sensed Qian Xunji's powerful strength, and its survival instinct made it willing to communicate. The holy light attribute was too suppressive to the evil poison attribute. It could feel that if Qian Xunji used just one move, and it failed to dodge, it would surely die. Powerful human, would you be so kind as to spare this emperor's life? The voice of the man-faced demon spider emperor carried doubt. As a spirit beast that had lived for who knows how many years, it understood one truth. Human words, not a single word can be trusted. Humans come to find spirit beasts with only one purpose, to kill spirit beasts and obtain spirit rings and spirit bones. The powerful figure before it was clearly a titled douluo in the human world. A titled douluo already possessed 9 spirit rings, and coming alone meant he certainly was not here to hunt it for a spirit ring. A powerful human with no need for a spirit ring coming to find it must be for a spirit bone. But it is well known that only spirit beasts with a cultivation age of over 100,000 years can stably drop spirit bones. For other spirit beasts, whether they are 10,000, 1,000, or 100 years old, the probability of dropping a spirit bone after being killed is not high, it depends on luck. Man-faced demon spider emperor, that depends on your fortune. Qian Xunji's light remark made the spirit beast angry and moved slightly. This seat will feed you precisely to help you raise your cultivation to 100,000 years. When your cultivation reaches 100,000 years and you can withstand 10 of this seat's moves, this seat will spare your life. Conversely, if you cannot withstand 10 moves and are unable to continue fighting, then use your essence to condense an external spirit bone for this seat. Human, why should this emperor believe you will keep your word? The man-faced demon spider emperor was somewhat tempted, but not believing humans was carved into its bones. A human's mouth is a demon that deceives beasts. Spirit beasts that believed human words all turned into spirit rings and spirit bones. In the name of Qian Xunji, the inheritor of the Asura god, I swear to the Asura god, if I break my promise, may my spirit be shattered. After Qian Xunji finished the oath, the blood sword mark on his forehead emitted a dazzling red light, and a voice came through. Approved. That voice, which looked down upon the world, possessed supreme pressure, and made the souls of mortals and spirit beasts tremble, struck the mind of the man-faced demon spider emperor directly. It was a spirit beast that had experienced the era of the angel god, so it naturally knew of the existence of divinities. Although it did not know what kind of god the Asura god was, a god is a god after all. A human staking their own spirit to swear to a divinity was no longer an ordinary oath. Unless the human before it did not want their own spirit. For a human to not want their own spirit is the same as a spirit beast not wanting its own bloodline. Fine, this emperor agrees to you. As the man-faced demon spider emperor agreed, the blood sword mark erupted with a strong light again, illuminating the entire cave. Contract established. The violator will face a heavenly tribulation and be annihilated in soul and spirit under the thunder tribulation. The majestic voice rang out again. Qian Xunji smiled secretly in his heart. It is done. He had a massive amount of Bloody Mary, over 4 digits of 10,000-year spirit beasts, 800,000-year spirit beasts, and the flesh of 1 200,000-year fierce beast. With these resources, he was confident he could feed the 50,000-year man-faced demon spider emperor to 100,000 years. Killing a 100,000-year man-faced demon spider emperor in seconds would also be an easy task. But whether it would drop an external spirit bone could not be guaranteed. As for arm bones, leg bones, or torso bones, he had no interest in them at all. Qian Xunji, only the prototype of a divine artifact like an external spirit bone is worthy of me using my brain to scheme and acquire. In the time that followed, Qian Xunji began forced feeding on the man-faced demon spider emperor. He fed it Bloody Mary by the barrel. He did not feed it the flesh of the 10,000-year evil spirit Orca King, only the internal organs with the highest nutritional value and the most stored spirit power energy. The man-faced demon spider emperor's cultivation increased at a speed visible to the naked eye every day. 60,000 years, 70,000 years, 80,000 years, 90,000 years. It was increasing at an average growth rate of 10,000 years of cultivation per month. But the man-faced demon spider emperor felt miserable inside. Its gaze toward Qian Xunji was full of fear. This devil in human skin was simply not human. When the spider couldn't eat anymore, he would feed it some digestive tablets. Even when the spider's stomach was full of food, he would say things like, "This is nothing," and continue the force feeding. With a tube inserted, food was forcibly stuffed in. If it weren't for the fact that their man-faced demon spider clan possessed swallowing abilities and tenacious vitality, plus having an emerald swan constantly applying healing spirit abilities to repair its esophagus and stomach, it probably would have collapsed long ago. Man-faced demon spider emperor. This emperor is going to be stuffed to death. Eat these internal organs of the 10,000-year evil spirit orca king to help you become a 100,000-year spirit beast. Qian Xunji was very much looking forward to the moment the man-faced demon spider emperor's cultivation broke through to 100,000 years. In these 6 months, besides checking in on time every month and obtaining Getsuga Tensho, the yin-yang complementary 3-soul core condensation method, he was either cultivating or force-feeding the man-faced demon spider emperor to increase its cultivation. As for its subjects, they had all been collected into the Wansho Terrace small dimension. Qian Xunji did not intend to let Tang San obtain the 8 spider lances. After the man-faced demon spider emperor finished eating and refining the internal organs of the 10,000-year evil spirit orca king and parts of the organs of the 200,000-year titan snow demon. Open black lens bracket race. Man-faced demon spider close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket cultivation. 100,000 years close black lens bracket. The next day, after the man-faced demon spider emperor digested the food in its stomach, its body returned to its best state. The battle began. To save its life, the man-faced demon spider emperor struck first, spitting spider webs from its mouth. Soul shock. Qian Xunji used only one move to knock the 100,000-year man-faced demon spider emperor unconscious. His whole body was enveloped by a defensive barrier formed by golden flames, making the incoming spider webs useless. Under the healing of the emerald swan, the man-faced demon spider emperor woke up. Man-faced demon spider emperor, it is time for you to fulfill your promise. Qian Xunji's voice was devoid of warmth, only business-like indifference. The instinct to survive made the man-faced demon spider emperor subconsciously try to run. Seeing this, Qian Xunji suppressed it with a backhand, then while torturing the opponent, arranged for the emerald swan to heal it, until the man-faced demon spider emperor sought death and sacrificed itself to condense the external spirit bone. For this, he even used up 2 of Qian Xunji's side-effect free spirit ring stripping cards. The spirit ring provided by the man-faced demon spider emperor clashed with the 6-winged angel martial soul. The conflict between the evil and holy attributes exploded in his body, almost causing Qian Xunji internal injuries. After the man-faced demon spider emperor sacrificed itself, it lost its 100,000 years of cultivation and became an ordinary man-faced demon spider. It was grabbed by Qian Xunji and thrown into the Wansho Terrace small dimension to be raised as livestock. Because they fed on soft bones rabbits, the man-faced demon spider clan's numbers were not high due to being suppressed and expelled by Da Meng and Meng. For sustainable development, Qian Xunji did not mind raising a group of man-faced demon spiders. Moreover, the 8 spider lances was something that could evolve by devouring man-faced demon spiders. Chapter 25. Absorbing Spirit Bones. Xingyao Principality. Spirit Hunting Town, Rugia Hotel. Having transmigrated for over a year, this was the first time Qian Xunji had spent money. Although he complained internally about the ancient service, living conditions, bedding, and food, it was all truly terrible, and this money was wasted. But this time, he still chose to stay in a human hotel with terrible conditions. It was for no other reason than to find someone to help deliver a letter to the Clear Sky sect. By the time someone delivered the challenge letter into the hands of Tang Chen of the Clear Sky sect, he would have just about finished absorbing several spirit bones and condensing his second spirit core. A demigod body, a demigod with yin-yang complementary dual spirit cores, plus Getsuga Tensho. Qian Xunji did not believe that with this configuration, he couldn't defeat Tang Chen in a direct confrontation. Delivering a letter costs 388 gold coins. How expensive, Qian Xunji muttered, watching the retreating back of the woman from the Speed clan. For some reason, when giving several hundred gold coins to those spirit hall deacons who had experience in the countryside, even if they were just standing by and writing, he didn't feel it was expensive in his heart. But when it came to a member of the Speed clan who had marital ties with the Clear Sky Tang clan, even if they were helping him deliver a letter over a long distance, he subconsciously felt that their asking price of 388 gold coins for running an errand was damn expensive. Of course, this was not important. Anyway, he lived alone and couldn't spend that much money. In this ancient feudal society of Douluo continent, he had no desire to consume. Returning to his room in the hotel, Qian Xunji activated the system and entered the Wansho Terrace small dimension. In the Wanshou Terrace small dimension, as the master of the dimension, Qian Xunji could exert combat power at the level of a god. Official. Inside the self-built villa, Qian Xunji sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion and took out 2 external spirit bones. After thinking for a second, he decided to first absorb the 100,000-year external spirit bone, 8 spider lances. The potential of the 8 spider lances was obvious to all. Without the 8 spider lances, there would be no super divine artifact, the sea god 8 wings. The dark gold terrorclaw bear external spirit bone, right palm bone, didn't make much of a name for itself in Huo Yuhao's hands. It wasn't that the dark gold terrorclaw bear external spirit bone, right palm bone, was bad, but mainly because Huo Yuhao's other external spirit bone, the evil eye tyrant lord external spirit bone, was more dazzling. After all, it had evolved into the super divine artifact, the Eye of Eternal Hatred. Before becoming a god, I must find a time to kill the evil emperor and have the evil eye tyrant lord external spirit bone drop, Qian Xunji thought. What's wrong with being a little greedy? Anyway, he didn't embezzle disaster relief funds, withhold wages from working people, or deduct rations from heroes defending their homeland. Killing a few spirit beasts that were enemies of humanity and having them drop a few spirit bones, what's wrong with that? Qian Xunji began to refine the 8 spider lances. An hour later, as Qian Xunji completely refined the 8 spider lances, his upper garment was also torn apart by the 8 spirit bones that sprouted from his back. With a thought, the spirit bones were retracted. Unlike Tang San, although the appearance of Qian Xunji's spirit had changed, it was still essentially a 6-winged angel martial soul. During the process of absorbing the 8 spider lances, the holy, bright flames directly purified and cleared away the original poison attribute of the 8 spider lances. The 100,000-year external spirit bone, 8 spider lances, provided him with 2 spirit abilities. One was Source Devour. After the spider spear pierced the target, it would 100% devour the enemy's spirit power and life force, fully converting it to replenish his own consumption. Absorbing spirit power, recovering mana while fighting, it was almost perpetual endurance. Devouring corpses, absorbing spirit beast essence and blood to quickly accumulate energy, and continuously evolving the spirit bone grade. Qian Xunji, who possessed a spirit core, had a huge reserve of spirit power in his body and recovered at an extremely fast speed. The 8 spider lances' ability to absorb and recover spirit power while fighting was of no use to him. However, this ability to rely on devouring to improve the quality of the spirit bone was quite good. As long as he killed enough spirit beasts and devoured enough, Qian Xunji could completely stack the 8 spider lances to a divine grade quality. It was just that during the Asura God trial, there wasn't much spare time. The other spirit ability, spirit power devouring and refining, after the 8 spider lances pierced the target, it involved 3 steps: instantaneous extraction, continuous absorption, and source refining. The absorbed spirit power would not directly cause his level to soar, but would be converted into spirit bone source energy for storage. After accumulating a sufficient amount, it would feed back to the host and advance synchronously with the 8 spider lances. It could not plunder the spirit ring source, only extract free-roaming spirit power and the spirit power stored in the physical body. This was an ability similar to that of evil spirit masters, devouring others to improve one's own cultivation. Qian Xunji had no interest in it. As a demigod with a spirit power level of 99, he didn't need to rely on devouring to improve his cultivation at all. What he needed now was to comprehend laws and step into the realm of a quasi-god. The Tao lies in creation. Blindly devouring and plundering could not climb to the end of the Tao. After eating and resting for a while, the next day, Qian Xunji began to absorb the 100,000-year dark gold terraclaw bear right palm external spirit bone. This time, it took Qian Xunji a full 3 hours to absorb and refine this external spirit bone. After successful refinement, in addition to the holy, bright, and flame attributes, Qian Xunji gained a metal attribute. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, he now had metal and fire. The 100,000-year dark gold terraclaw bear right palm external spirit bone also provided him with 2 spirit abilities. The dark gold claws that could tear through space, and the berserk beast bloodline. The effect of the berserk beast bloodline was that the lower the HP, the higher the overall attributes, and severed limbs could regenerate. One had to admit that this berserk beast bloodline spirit ability was very good, but it was not very suitable for Xunji. He liked to kill enemies without taking damage, using long-range attack methods, proficiently mastering sword control technique, and convergence cannon shooting. It wasn't that he didn't play melee, but most of the time it was simply unnecessary. During the douluo I period, excluding the 3 gods in the grand finale, how many limit douluo were there? Except for Qian Daoliu, who had the opportunity to engage him in close combat relying on flight speed, other spirit masters simply didn't have that ability. Fighting the rest of the sea and land douluo, directly using the convergence cannon for long-range bombardment to shoot them down was the true path. Of course, close combat fighting skills had to be learned. As a flying mobile turret, one would also be approached by others. Another day passed, and this time Xunji took out the left and right arm bones of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings. Facing Tang Chen, that reckless brute who could perform ring explosion, he had to be safe and absorb 2 more better spirit bones to further strengthen his physical body. It was a pity that he couldn't enter Dragon Valley, otherwise, with a full set of Dragon King spirit bones, he would definitely make Tang Chen unable to break his defense. Absorbing the Fire Dragon King's right arm bone made the power of Xunji's golden flames reach a higher level. Absorbing the Ice Dragon King's left arm bone gave Xunji ice and water attributes. The 5 elements were missing earth and wood. Condensing the second spirit core. His first spirit core was a pure spirit power spirit core condensed by absorbing the Star Luo spirit pearl. The second spirit core that Xunji condensed was a spirit core with pure mental force attributes. Spirit power, mental force, and blood energy were the 3 foundations of a spirit master. He knew that after becoming a god, the so-called yin-yang complementary 3 spirit cores were of no use. Therefore, he would not overly pursue the attributes when condensing the spirit core. I feel full of power throughout my body. Xunji left the Wansho Terrace small dimension, left the hotel, and came to the Asturias Mountains located in the southeast direction of the Star Do Great Forest. He wore the Emperor armor, held a golden sword in his hand, and started with a 0 frame, Getsuga Tensho. A golden crescent-shaped energy wave was slashed out, and one sword strike sliced off a small mountain peak. With a boom, the earth shook, and countless spirit beasts scattered. The power is good, and the speed is fast enough. Xunji's gaze looked at the neat-cut surface, and he commented. Of course, pure spirit power compression could not satisfy Xunji. Getsuga Tensho combined with the ice attribute became, let this round of moonlight shine through the river of oblivion. Getsuga Tensho combined with the fire attribute became, burning heaven crescent moon. The combination of ice and fire became the ice and fire dual heavens. Chapter 26. Tang Chen receives the challenge letter, Ning Fengji spreads the word. Clear Sky Sect Headquarters, Clear Sky Castle. Bai Shouju, a woman from the Speed clan, was not qualified to meet Tang Chen in person, so she could only hand over the letter from Xunji to Sect Master Tang Zhen. On the training ground, Tang Chen was training his 2 good grandsons, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao. His granddaughter, Tang Yuehua, had not awakened the Clear Sky Hammer spirit and could not cultivate, she would never be able to become a spirit master, which left him somewhat disappointed. He couldn't boast to Qian Daoliu that his granddaughter, Tang Yuehua, had the potential to be a titled douluo. Qian Daoliu, where is your granddaughter? Oh, I forgot, you don't have a granddaughter. Not being able to tease Qian Daoliu made life a little less fun. Father, there is a letter here for you, but its origin is unknown. Sect Master Tang Zhen respectfully handed over the letter. Tang Chen took the letter. The letter looked very ordinary on the outside. It did not have the flashy, ornate patterns typical of the imperial nobility. However, as a member of the Tang clan who suffered from Down syndrome and was often panting like an ox, he had a large nose and a keen sense of smell. One sniff was enough to tell him that this letter was extraordinary. This familiar scent. Tang Chen opened the letter, pulled out the stationery, and looked at the bright red text on it. Without worrying about the content of the text first, he brought the stationery close to his nose and sniffed it. A specialty of Hell Road in Slaughter City, the scent of the purest Bloody Mary. As Tang Chen spoke, the look in his eyes changed, and he began to carefully examine the text on the stationery. The content of the blood-colored text was sparse, conveying only one meaning: someone wanted to challenge him. The opponent was offering a 10,000-year spirit bone as an appearance fee, and if he wanted to obtain this 10,000-year spirit bone, he had to win the challenge. Tang Chen rubbed his chin with his right hand and laughed heartily. Interesting, this is truly too interesting. It's been too long since my spirit power level reached level 97, I can't even remember how many days it's been since anyone dared to challenge me. Daring to take the initiative to challenge me, Tang Chen, no matter who you are, bring it on. The mysterious armored douluo who caused such a scene in Heavendo City. Tang Chen's loud laughter caused the three men of the Tang family to cast curious glances. Unlike the heartily laughing Tang Chen, Sect Master Tang Zhen was filled with worry. The reason Clear Sky Sect was the #1 sect in the world was entirely due to the reputation Tang Chen had fought for, the towering Clear Sky Sect, the peerless war spirit hammer. That mysterious armored douluo who had appeared in Heavendo City a few months ago and indiscriminately slaughtered criminals was definitely not Qian Daoliu. Qian Daoliu was a gentleman and a good friend of his father. When the two sparred, they stopped at the appropriate point. Even if there were injuries, they were minor, and a few days of rest would suffice. But that mysterious armored douluo was truly a living god of slaughter. He was like a demon subduing lord descended from the heavens, truly a god of calamity on earth. If the opponent were to go all out and fight his father, with their powerful combat awareness and refusal to take even a single step back, Sect Master Tang Zhen gasped. If his father won without suffering irreversible, serious injuries, everything would be fine. But if both sides suffered mutual destruction and were both severely injured, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if it meant losing a hand or a foot, or having his spirit power drop, what would they do then? As for the current Clear Sky Sect, apart from his father, the level 99 limit douluo, there was only him, Sect Master Tang Zhen, a humble level 93 titled douluo, holding down the fort. 2 douluo in one sect, the world was envious. But only after sitting in the position of the #1 sect in the world and handling the daily affairs of the sect did he realize how great the pressure was. If Clear Sky Sect lost his father, a legendary figure in the Spirit Master's world, one of the 2 mountains, a level 99 limit douluo, to hold down the fort, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if Spirit Hall did not intervene, he alone would never be able to suppress the ambitious sects below or support Clear Sky Sect's position as the #1 sect in the world. For the sake of safety, Sect Master Tang Zhen, who had begun to calculate in his mind, felt a cold glint flash in his eyes. The twin stars of Clear Sky Sect standing to the side did not have as many concerns as Sect Master Tang Zhen. They only knew that a Spirit Master at the limit douluo level wanted to challenge their invincible grandfather. They did not believe their grandfather would lose this great battle between limit douluo. But in a battle between powerhouses of the same rank, their grandfather might use the Great Sumeru Hammer Ring Explosion technique in actual combat. Being able to witness a practical demonstration of the Great Sumeru Hammer Ring Explosion would be highly beneficial for their growth. Grandfather, you will surely win. Tang Hao raised his Clear Sky Hammer high and shouted. Seeing this, Tang Chen laughed even louder. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School Headquarters, in 7 Treasure City. After reading the contents of the letter sent via express delivery by the member of the Speed Clan dispatched by Sect Master Tang Zhen, a smile appeared on Ning Fengji's face. The smile had no warmth, only the cruelty of finally finding you. A rare opportunity. A cold glint flashed in Ning Fengji's eyes. He thought to himself that it would be best if both sides in this battle suffered mutual destruction, lost hands and feet, and had their strength plummet. Then he would seize the opportunity to lead men to capture the severely injured Xunji alive, to be used as a sacrifice for his father, whose bones were nowhere to be found. Uncle Bone, since we have received news of this great limit douluo battle, let us spread it throughout the entire Spirit Master's world. Ning Fengji stood up excitedly, spread his arms, and said, Fengji, you want to let those who have a grudge against the mysterious armored douluo know the news and use them as cannon fodder. Bone douluo Gu Rong guessed Ning Fengji's thoughts. Those who know me, it is Uncle Bone. The two looked at each other, both revealing cruel smiles. Those spirit masters from small families in the Spirit Master's world, if they died, they died. Being able to use their own lives to contribute to their 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was their good fortune. Ji Yurong did not know how strong Qian Xunji was, but he knew how strong Tang Chen was. No one could escape unscathed from a full-power Great Sumeru Hammer Ring explosion attack. The result of taking it head-on was only death or severe injury. Once Qian Xunji was severely injured, with less than 1/10 of his combat power remaining and his flight speed less than 1/10 of its original, they would have the opportunity to kill him. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect Headquarters. Just like Ning Fengji, Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjun also received the letter sent via express delivery by the member of the Speed Clan dispatched by Sect Master Tang Zhen. Unlike Ning Fengji, he did not think so much regarding this battle between Limit Douluo. He was more interested in knowing just how great the gap was between himself and a Limit Douluo. I hope to see a battle scene where both sides go all out, rather than a sparring match where they stop at the appropriate point. Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjun remarked. Spirit City. Consecrated Hall. Ning Fengji was spreading the intelligence everywhere about the mysterious armored Douluo challenging Tang Chen. Qian Daoliu only received this intelligence several days late. This person challenging Tang Chen was definitely not his good-for-nothing son. It was rare for someone to dare to challenge Tang Chen. He would definitely go to support the event. Bibi Dong, who was reading and writing on the side, turned her thoughts over and over again. She still could not recall any event where someone challenged Tang Chen when she was 7 years old in her previous life. Since awakening her spirit, fragments of memory had appeared intermittently in her mind. After more than a year, she finally remembered all the memories of her previous life. She was Bibi Dong, the Rakshasa god Bibi Dong, Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, and Empress of the Spirit Empire. She was a pitiful woman who deeply loved her godlike teacher, Yu Shaogang, but was defiled by that bastard Qian Xunji, ruining her life. The only thing that puzzled the reborn Bibi Dong was that the person who took her as a disciple in this life was not the bastard Qian Xunji, but that old geezer Qian Daoliu. As for her previous life, her bastard master had already run away from home for more than a year. That bastard Qian Xunji, instead of staying properly in the Supreme Pontiff Palace to process files, had actually left Spirit City, and she didn't know where he had run off to. As for his excuse for running away from home, it was to go out and look for a Supreme Pontiff's wife, striving to get married and have children within 3 years. If others didn't understand Qian Xunji, this aging single man, how could she, Bibi Dong, not understand him? As the first and only woman of Qian Xunji in her previous life, she understood him too well. For this bastard to fancy those ordinary, mediocre, confident women from the outside world, that would be a miracle. Although Qian Xunji was a bastard, a scumbag, someone who didn't understand love, and lacked sentiment, Bibi Dong had to admit that he was not a lecher like Dai Mubai. In her previous life, Qian Xunji was almost completely indifferent to women.